Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the TRA IGC Rapport International Conference on Tax for Growth. I believe yesterday we covered all the protocols. We'll continue to observe those today, but a very warm welcome to everyone. I hope everyone is well rested. And for those who are visiting from abroad, you've had the opportunity to enjoy some of the sights and sounds of Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, and hopefully you'll have some more time to do that after today's conference. I am here to, before we proceed to today's program, I will be giving a quick recap of day 1 that the team has prepared. So if you bear with me for just a few minutes, I will cover that before we continue to what will be our first session for today and session 4 of the conference, which will be looking at technology for better enforcement and compliance. So in the opening remarks yesterday that we had various speakers, including the High Commissioner of the United Kingdom. We also had the guest of honor, who was the Commissioner for External Finance from the Ministry of Finance, who gave the opening address, as well as the IGC Executive Director, Professor Leap, and the Rapport Executive Director, Dr. Mari, and also one of the core organizers, the Deputy Commissioner General for TRA, Mr. Ncha Hassan Ncha. The highlights from the opening remarks include that have demonstrated a greater need for domestic revenue mobilization. In particular, sub-Saharan African countries rank lowest in terms of the domestic revenue mobilization relative to other regions of the world. Most countries collect less than 20% of GDP in terms of their revenue collections. Among the challenges that were highlighted include the issue of cultivating voluntary compliance, reducing evasion, leveraging incentives to facilitate green transition, and promoting resilience to climate change. From the Ministry of Finance of the United Republic of Tanzania, we heard that there are aims to gain insights on how to increase tax revenue as the economy continues to grow. In the first session, the topic was, why does tax matter for development? And there was a presentation by Professor Jensen. And some of the highlights include that the tax capacity can improve the ability of governments to tailor what reforms work best for them, particularly to commit and sustain policy in the long run for it to be successful. It was also highlighted that relying on non-tax revenues, particularly aid, can be detrimental in the long run for development. Also, tax capacity can be a social contract between the government and its citizens. This was highlighted, i.e. governments using revenues collected to provide public goods and services. And this is what's expected from a social contract, right? The citizens pay their taxes and you expect certain goods and services from the government. And that leads to greater compliance and more willingness to actually pay taxes. Another aspect that came out of Professor Jensen's presentation was the rationalization of tax capacity. It's a mouthful. To create evidence base to build capacity, and also the value of evidence to policy design. And this will allow you to understand, do these policies actually work? Tax and development, the development landscape in Tanzania. And this was using experience on, there was a using research to drive policy. Among the highlights include administrative data availability and sharing has been a key for sharing the insights between researchers and policymakers. So that bridge, it's very important. Researchers and policymakers, the availability of information. We've had conversation at my table in particular yesterday on issues of attaining data and information that could help researchers in their work and also benefit the policymakers in what they're implementing. And this is taken into account, which is obvious, the sensitivity of tax data. Domestic revenue is important for long-term growth, which was discussed before, and reducing shocks to the economy. In session 2, the discussion focused on making tax enforcement work. There was a presentation by Professor Asa on customs evasion in Uganda. And among the highlights included trade taxes make up high portions of tax revenue in Uganda. There was also an issue of understanding potential revenue gains of enforcement, digitizing of existing data to allow for risk targeting and allowing revenue authorities to target its efforts, identifying interactions between evasion and margins. The presentation that followed that it was a case study for Zambia, and it looked at firm relationships and tax policy innovation with evidence from Zambia. And some of the findings from that showed that lottery programs showed to be effective in reducing tax evasion in high and middle income countries. But they have a lesser effect in terms of the effectiveness in low income countries. Incentivizing firms to seek VAT invoices from suppliers. And other findings from that particular study showed the high treatment group retained more VAT invoices, stopped purchases from non-VAT firms. Also, financial incentives changed how the treatment group interacted with suppliers, and also differences in the VAT value, particularly being higher for the treatment group. The presentation that followed that looked at the impact of digital tax stamps on firms' compliance behavior. And the highlight was that the main driver of the tax stamped system, which is known as ETS, the introduction was to counter fraud and also the underreporting of imported goods. This system, the ETS, was embedded in some of the producers' production line, and we were shown examples, particularly like on the example is used of our water bottles, and you can see that there's some numbers on the cap on top. The project also examined the impacts of the ETS on firms' compliance behavior. In session 3, the presentation was on does value-added tax add value? And it showed that VAT collects around 25% of revenue in low and middle income countries. It's production efficient, meaning it doesn't interfere in production decisions. It is also revenue efficient, which means it makes revenue authorities sure of what they're collecting. VAT revenue concentrated at the top, particularly in Africa. Effective tax rates are lower for bigger firms, and this is partly due to tax exemptions that these firms enjoy. VAT refunds are often delayed. Retail tax also does worse than VAT does due to the low compliance in the final stage. Replacing VAT with other turnover taxes will require imposing a higher tax rate to raise the same level of revenues. And finally, VAT lessons on reforms. This includes that technology is not a substitute for the mandate of revenue authorities. Rather, it should be a complement. Revenue authorities need to think strategically about how firms and individuals beat reform. Spending more time on recovering, auditing, etc. That's a recap of day 1. And may I now invite the chair of session 1 for today, which is session 4, looking at technology for better enforcement and compliance, Dr. Niall Couch, the country economist, IGC Uganda. Karibu sana. Floor is yours.
Asante sana. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I hope you had a very good night. And I also hope that everyone is looking forward to an exciting last day of this wonderful conference. I'm very excited to open the first session of today, which is session 4, as he put it. And this session is going to focus on technology for better enforcement and compliance. So as we all know, technology holds a great deal of promise for improving the efficiency and equity of tax collection. However, it's really hard to know exactly how to go about this because the funds for investing in tax capacity are often very scarce. So this makes the next presentations particularly exciting and relevant. So today we're going to hear from 2 speakers in this session. So the first one will be Dr. James Zansi, who's a senior country economist at IGC Ghana. And he's going to present his work on the promise and pitfall of technology using evidence from tax collection in Ghana. And then we'll have a discussant, just like we had yesterday, for this research. So the discussant will be Akua Owosu Asamoah, head of the Fiscal Decentralization Unit at the Ministry of Finance in Ghana. And then the second presentation will come from Dr. Fabrizio Santoro, who's a research fellow at the International Center for Tax and Development. And the presentation of Fabrizio will focus on technology evolution and tax compliance. And he's going to provide some evidence from Rwanda. So again, we'll have a discussant for that presentation. And the discussant will be Dennis Mukama, who's an assistant commissioner at the Rwanda Revenue Authority. And then after the presentations, we will have 10 minutes for Q&A. So please, while they present, think about the questions. So may I please invite Dr. James to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to situate my talk within two insights that emerged yesterday. The first one is that tax capacity is essential for economic development. An agile revenue authority. My central point today is that technologies hold promise to building the tax capacity of our nations and hence their potential to develop. But they have pitfalls that require a resilient and determined tax authority. So in the few slides, I'll try to provide some evidence to support these submissions. Oh, okay. Hello.
Yeah, you bet.
So I press it up there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So with Anders' presentation, I don't need much to motivate this presentation, right? Except to say that I'll focus a bit on what we actually did. So what we did was in Ghana, situation in Ghana where we look at why tax collection, particularly at the local level, is so low. And after doing that diagnosis, we proceeded to do an experiment using technology design by one of the IT firms in Ghana. So when we come to tax capacity, or when you look at the situation, what Anders described yesterday, we can also have a version called the vicious cycle of low tax capacity and underdevelopment. A lot of studies try how can we improve the tax collection capacity. There are some studies that look at enforcement, increasing tax morale. But what we did is to look at the role of technology in improving tax collection capacity. In the case of Ghana, the low tax collection capacity is particularly severe on the local government. That was our focus, particularly because there hasn't been any study as to why exactly is tax capacity so low among the local government in Ghana. May I roll this? Yeah. So if you take the local governments, particularly in Ghana, they tend to depend on transfers from the central government, even though studies by the Ministry of Finance indicated that properties or collecting taxes on property owners hold potential to improving revenues, okay? So what we did was to have a diagnosis study looking at the entire value chain of identifying properties, valuing them, billing them, and all the collection, and then try to see what are the issues particular technology we call enhanced revenue mobilization. So the survey, with this survey, we talked to all the officials across the 216 local governments in Ghana, anybody involved in it, trying to have their views about the nature of the problem, about the practices of collecting property rates and the rest. We also talked to some residents with regard to their understanding of responsibility to pay the property rates and issues of that sort. Okay. One of the things we found was that 2/3 of these local governments do not even have a database of the properties. No. And about half of the properties are not even billed to pay the taxes. I mean, if you have not received the bill to pay the tax, why would you go to the local government to say, look, I have a property here, I want to pay? That is not going to happen. All right. Then, so we say half of the properties are not billed. Why that? There are no records of them. Okay, there are no records of those database. And then we don't even, those that we have the records, there are no valuations to base the billing upon. No. Yeah. So with this survey, the key things we find, half of the properties are not billed, default rate is exceedingly high, enforcement is virtually nil. Okay. Then we also found that there is a low usage of technology in billing and collecting taxes, partly because there are no software to mobilize the tax collection, or even no record of the properties. And then interestingly, we find that those local governments that have some sort of database, some sort of software or IT system to manage the property recollection, tend to collect more. Okay, we are not drawing causation here, but that's what we got. And then is it because they are collecting more already, that's why they are able to invest in the technology, or is the technology enabling? We are not sure about that. In addition, there are signs that it's not only the lack of property database or technology that the issue, enforcement is also severe. So we are not too sure. So what we did is to then dive deeper into the impact of technology. All right. And this technology sort of have the universe of properties in each of the local governments. And then it helps with bill distribution in that it has inbuilt GPS system that can direct the revenue collectors to each and every property. So on my right here, we are using the old system. A revenue collector has a paper bill, and that beautiful sister there just walks through. inbuilt in it. It also has the ability for the local government officials to monitor their officials or revenue collectors as they are on the field. We've given you 100 bills. Have you distributed them? You say, yes. We can monitor your movement. You say, yes, you've been to that property. You've been to that property. So it has that advantage. And then it has a way of managing to see which properties have received the bills, which ones have paid, which ones are yet to pay, so that you can focus your enforcement on these areas. So with this technology, we work with one of the local governments in Ghana to randomly deploy this technology across that local government, okay? I don't need to. Yeah. So what do we find? The first thing we find is that the technology helps in increasing bill distribution. Those revenue collectors that were using this technology distributes about 26% more of the bills compared to those that were using the older technology. So you may recall that the first problem we had was half of the properties were not receiving their bills. So this technology sort of improves upon that. Okay. The next thing we find, though, is that those revenue collectors using this technology collect about 100% more than their counterparts that were using the old manual system of collection. They distribute about 26% more, but collect about 100% more revenue. Okay. Another feature we found is that those collectors using this technology tend to collect or focus their collection on the upper and high middle income people relative to those using the old manual system. So it sort of have some kind of progressivity inbuilt in it. So this raises the question, why is it that they're able to collect 100% more revenue, even though they were only billing about 20% more? So that we have several questions, potential explanations that could do this, okay? But one of the things we find is that those using the technology tend to focus their activities on property owners that are relatively more willing and able to pay these taxes compared to the control group. But the interesting thing is, from the beginning of the exercise, there was not much difference between the control group and the treatment revenue collectors as to which of these property owners are more willing and able to pay. But exactly because they were able to distribute their bills much faster and then interacted more with the property owners, they begin to have a better sense of the willingness and ability of these property owners to pay, and then focus on their collection on those people. Okay. They also tend to focus their attention on, those property owners who are a bit more aware of their responsibilities to pay property rates, because they are more aware of their responsibilities, they were more willing to pay. And they also tend to target property owners who seems to be a bit more satisfied with service delivery coming from the local governments. Okay. Now, we also survey the property owners in these local governments. One of the things we found is that the revenue collectors using this technology, we were told by the property owners, that they tend to demand more unofficial payments. So while the technology seems to help property owners to collect more, it tends to also, I don't know, should say empower them or give them some extra sort of authority to demand more in unofficial, let's say, bribe. Okay. This seems to definitely, they learn some other things. Those who are more willing to collaborate with them to pay or in unofficial transactions. So technology seems to be a double-edged sword here, I would say. So what's the bigger picture? Technology does hold a promise to improve property tax collection in our countries. It does this by easing navigation, by keeping record of taxpayers, helping with enforcement. And it also appears to be progressive in nature. So I think these are all good things, but it has this unfortunate pitfall. This means that when we are deploying these technologies, we need to intensify real-time monitoring of our tax collectors, okay, to see what they're doing, and they should know that they are being monitored, so that to deter them a bit. And there should be spot checks that are not announced, okay? And when incidents of malfeasance are detected, they need to be dealt with in a way that makes it unappealing to both the tax collector and the property rate owner to engage in any sort of malfeasance. Okay? So that's the bigger picture that we have. Okay. Now I have some few thoughts here. So we work with one local government, and we see this impressive result, even though we've some pitfalls. Should we then proceed to deploy this at scale across the whole country? Well, is our belief. And we've engaged with the government of Ghana to actually deploy this technology across the nation. We've had a lot of back and forth with them. We agree on a lot of things, we disagree on a lot of things, but at the end, it was deployed across the country. And then the issues of scale and the challenges emerged. And I want to bring this to your attention in case you try to deploy these technologies in your countries. You should be aware of them, be agile enough to address them as and when they come. The first has to do with the technological considerations. Okay, we were working with a technology firm with all the management team, technical expertise at our disposal. We were on call 24/7. Okay, so we had this impressive result. When we deploy it nationally, that management capacity is stretched. That's one thing. The server, the technology itself that was handling one local government with speed was stretched. It relies on internet service. Some parts of Ghana, the service is better than others. So all those things emerged as issues. So when you are deploying these things, you need to pay attention to them. There are also political economy considerations. You know, indeed, we had wanted to deploy this across a narrow have to deal with the local assembly, they have to vote, they have to agree, and there are some self-interest emerging. In the end, we couldn't get all the local government we wanted to sign on board. So when you are deploying these things, pay attention to vested interest. And then there's also issue of familiarity. Some of the local government officials, revenue collectors, they've been using this old system for ages, and to them, it has been working. Last year, we collected 100 cedis. This year, we collected 120. Then it's working. So why change it? So that also becomes a barrier you need to pay attention to. But if the central government wants to deploy at scale, it needs a lot of education. It needs a lot of consultation, not just imposed from top. Otherwise, it's going to hit a block. My final comment, no matter what you do with deploying technologies, challenges will come. And it requires a resilient, determined, and agile revenue authority to be at the top of. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. James, for this wonderful presentation. So there's going to be a change of schedule. I'm going to invite the discussant for this presentation, and then we will have a Q&A session after the discussant's comments, and then we will go to the next presentation. So may I please invite Mrs. Akua on the stage to provide some comments for this presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I first of all want to say thank you to the IGC for inviting me to this very important conference. And also want to commend Dr. Ganzi and his team for the good work done in Ghana. Thank you for choosing Ghana. The main purpose of the research was to evaluate the effectiveness of the systems we have in place when we talk about IT systems, the revenue mobilization in Ghana. The paper has a lot of in-depth analysis that we can use in assessing the performance of internally generated funds in the country, Ghana. We have 261 metropolitan municipal and district assemblies in Ghana. The enhanced revenue mobilization system that was introduced, that is the IT system, was just in one of the 261. It was introduced and the focus was on bill distribution and collection. We want to confirm that this system helped in the distribution of bills, and because it was very efficient, they were able to even increase about 26% of the bills that were generated, which also reflected in the total payment of revenue within that period. Again, the introduction of the IT system was piloted alongside the manual system. So you cannot just enter and say, I want to go IT without thinking about the old ways of doing things, because you need to blend the two, which was also very in it. And then it also improved the local collections. When we talk about compliance, because your bills are sent to you through your mobile phone, through your emails and other things. So compliance level was very high, especially with the companies. Again, we also increasing the progressive way of paying the property rates. And then we're also talking about the former payment of the tax systems, also increased to about 12%. However, the incidence of bribery was also identified because people wanted a quick way. So if it's going to be pure IT, it means I have to pay everything. Just about yesterday discussing the evasion of custom taxes, because it's system-based. So this one, you cannot negotiate with the system. So either you go manual or you go the system way. Again, though we agree with the findings, there was one that I partially agree, that is the two-thirds of the local authorities not having data on their properties. I would say that they do have the data, but they don't have updated data and credible data. because they all generate and distribute bills. So that is my comment on that session. Again, looking at the sample size, I think we could have scaled up to about a few of the metropolitan, municipal, and then district assemblies. Again, the system was also introduced in a district that is in the central business capital, Greater Accra. So we thought that going forward, we could send it to other rural communities, other rural districts to know how it works, because government have gone through a lot of reforms and we're facing those challenges because we have internet connectivity, the capacities and other things. Again, we're saying that the success stories could be upscaled to other district because it was very efficient and then it increased the revenue mobilization. One thing I want to commend the team for is the involvement of the policymakers. When they came into the country, I'm not sure their focus was truly on local government, but because with the internet we had discussions, we had to let them adjust their research topic because we were having challenges with the local authorities, which they did. Again, the researcher didn't wait to the end of the research before coming back to us. We invited to their workshops and other things that we helped in addressing the issue. That's also helped. So once they were able to do it in Ghana, they can also do it in other countries. If you don't involve the policymakers, you can have the best recommendations, but somebody would have to recommend and then implement it. I want to say that the policymakers, because we're involved, we have already initiated some processes by incorporating some of the recommendations to be implemented to increase the local revenue mobilization. We have been putting some in our budget guidelines every year. We issue budget guidelines for the preparation of our budget, which we are also doing it. We have an internally generated fund strategy and reference guide that we reviewed, and then we took care of some of the recommendations from the findings of the research. And the government also rolled out the Unified Common Platform last 2 years based on the recommendation. Unfortunately, most of the things that we thought we could have done, we didn't do the base, but that is internet connectivity, data, and other things. So I want to propose that going forward, if you want to have any such research, we would have to take care of the base work that government would have to do before the introduction of that policy. Otherwise, you will start and then you encounter a lot of challenges. And on that note, I want to say that I'm very happy about the paper, and we're looking forward to more collaboration and and then learning from yesterday's presentation, technology is not just a substitute, but also a complement. It's not supposed to solve everything, but we need to add other things. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sakua, for your wonderful comments. I'm sure they will enrich the project. So I would now like to open up the floor for Q&A. So we have 5 minutes for questions. Yep.
Thank you very much, facilitator. And I should congratulate the presenter. He has presented a very nice paper on the local government taxation, particularly the property tax. Now, what we see is actually basically what is almost the case for many councils in almost all African countries, the poor performance of the property tax. But of course, there are reasons why they behave that way, differ between a country and another. Now, because you can imagine the local government authority doesn't care about the number of properties that are available at the council, but also valuing them. So the question is there an incentive for the local authorities to invest in those areas? Because in other words, who is making decisions on how to use the money and how that money is used? If it's used by the central government or other layers of the government, then it might be a challenge. I mean, why should the local government authority invest in those areas if they don't benefit? But also the power of the governance structure. I mean, the structure that is existing in Ghana. In Tanzania, the local decentralization works very well. We have council level, we have ward level, and then we have district or hamlet level. So if you use these structures, it's quite easier to identify the properties and their values. Whether you have the well-defined structure in Ghana that can can support the identification of the properties at that level. If you don't have, it might be a challenge. But also how transparent the system is, whether the citizens are well informed about how much revenues are collected, whether this information is posted in a public place where they can see and therefore hold the local government accountable in terms of demanding services. If that is not available, then again, this may be a loophole in which the local authority, corruption and similar kind of things may arise. So just wanted to raise those few issues. Thank you.
Yes, hello, Olav Lundstøl, Norwegian MC. Thank you very much for excellent presentation. I think the topic of property tax is very important throughout, also here, as Lucas was saying, in the case of Tanzania. Just three sort of observation question. The first one was a little bit on the registration in terms of verification of ownership of property. Maybe because of the pilot you did, this was not an issue, but in many countries and in many municipalities, this is a big issue. Who actually is the owner of the property? And do you have sort of a formal deed that is valid? And then linked to this issue of valuation, you didn't mention anything about valuation. That is also a big topic. How to do this and how to update it if you really want to collect more from this tax. And then the second one, just a question of the property tax collection in Ghana. How is it figuring now in terms of percentage of GDP and also percentage of LGA collection or revenue? And then a final one on the external checks. I would just say that the Supreme Audit Institution also can have an important function here. I think in the case of Tanzania, this has been very clear with TRA, for example, on the electronic fiscal devices. They have done some excellent performance audits, for example. So this can be an external view also that looks regularly at this type of tax and can be very helpful. Thanks.
So I would like to invite Dr. James to respond to the questions.
Yeah, thank you so much for the comments. And Auntie Kuya, thank you so much for the reflections. Yes, indeed, this research is one of those, I'll say, it's a typical IGC project, allowing the policymakers to set the research agenda. Indeed, it's true. When we met the Minister of Finance, the minister was telling us about budget rigidity that they have after paying salaries, interest, and sending funds to the statutory funds. Nothing is left for development. So we were interested in the central tax system. But when we drilled down later on, then they told us property rates would be the best thing to research. And we did as IGC. So we are grateful for giving us that direction and for working with us this far. Now, yes, the issue of incentives for local government to keep record of properties and collect same. Indeed, in Ghana, when they collect, it is their money. So they have incentive to collect. But it requires heavy investment upfront. But we have a local government, we call them district chief executive, who has a mandate of 4 years. Is he going to spend that 2 years or 4 years to build this effective system and then leave the scene for somebody else to come to say, I have built that school? So this time horizon difficulty creates a problem for most of the local governments, not able to devote the resources, defer development projects for the future. So there's that incentive, but it is a time horizon issue. There's something about the benefit principle. the citizens are aware how much the local government has collected within a year and what are the services provided. We have a town hall in Ghana, and these are supposed to be discussed. Indeed, some are discussed. But the challenge, though, is most of the local governments, particularly the smaller ones, spend whatever they collect, spend it in running the assembly instead of providing the services. So if you collect very little, which is even sometimes not sufficient to run the local government, you have virtually nothing left to provide the services, which in turn incentivizes years. Can we begin to see improvement in service that in turn increases property rate collection? Yes, who owns the properties? Issues of identifying the owner. A lot of that problem in Ghana. Last time we were in Tamale trying to do some field work, and we talked to a gentleman, and he told us the property owner traveled to Accra. So we move on to the next house. And the guy said, oh, by the way, he is the owner. So it's a serious issue. We are trying to work on day in and day night. Another thing you mentioned is, I've not talked about valuation. Valuation is really important. When we did the diagnosis analysis, if my memory serves me right, about 70% of those valuations we have were more than 10 years old, clearly out of date. So that was an issue. But in the case of Ghana, we have a leeway. The local governments are allowed to have what we call unassessed rates. So they can have a rate which is not based on formal valuation, but then the property owners are supposed to come, discuss, agree. So it kind of minimizes the downside of not having this. The last bit about the property rates collection or IGF in general as a share of GDP. Very, very low. I don't have the figure in mind, but what I do know is that it takes just about 20% of the local government's total expenditure. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, James and Ms. Akua for the wonderful job. The next presentation is going to come from Fabrizio Santoro, who's a research fellow at the International Center for Tax and Development. And he's going to present something on technology evolution and tax compliance in Rwanda. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. While I wait for the slides, I just want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I'm honored to be here. I just also want to thank the Rwanda Revenue Authority for the support and collaboration throughout this study. We are very proud of the type of research collaboration we established with the RRA, and this is just an example of the many work we've been doing together. All right. So technology evolution, tax compliance. I also want to thank my co-author, Naftali Kizimana, for leading this work. So let's start motivating. Let's start motivating my work. As you know already, African governments and tax administrations are increasingly digitizing themselves. I refer here to a review paper that we wrote with the World Bank, summarizing what we know on the impacts of investments in data and technology in low-income countries. We focus on a specific technology. Sorry. All right. Should be this one, right? Yes. Thanks. We focus on a specific technology, which is electronic billing machines or electronic fiscal devices. This hold huge promises to boost they, in theory, would provide better integration of billing and payment systems. Of course, they also enhance business attractivity and business growth, attracting more clients. And I think most importantly, they address the information problem within tax administration, which are extremely data hungry. These machines provide huge volumes of data real time. And which in theory could be extremely useful to boost identification of tax liabilities and enforcement. All this in theory, all these theoretical benefits depend, of course, on actual adoption patterns and actual usage. It also depends on the strategic behavior of taxpayers. On the other side, it also depends, conditional on the actual capacity of tax administration to make use of such valuable data. A little bit on the context, Rwanda, tax GDP is in line with Sub-Saharan Africa. VAT is the first key contributor to revenue. Informal sector is still present. But despite this challenges, the Rwandan tax administration pioneered in the implementation and investment of technology. I believe it's one of the most digitized institutions in Rwanda. I could talk about the journey of digitalization for hours, but when it comes to electronic fiscal devices, they introduced a first version of electronic billing machines, EBM1, already in 2013. And there is a study from Professor Asa and Zeitlin showing positive impacts. These machines included a certified invoicing system and a sales data controller, but they were physical machines, right? They were actual machines, which needed a SIM card with connection to internet to be able to send data to the tax administration. And we've been studying a little bit the practical issues with such machines, such as receipts produced were often of poor quality. The information these machine stores were limited, and they had a bunch of technical issues. Also, for these reasons, the RRA decided to upgrade the system, and that's the focus of our study, introducing electronic billing machine 2 in 2017. These address these key challenges of EBM1. First off, they are software-based, so they work on computer, they are free. They also work offline. It's no more a machine, but a software. All receipts are digitized, and importantly, they collect extra information, extremely useful information on business activity, such as inventory, item type, the team of all the traders, and they also offer remote support through the software and the platform. A huge, I think, an important advancement in the technology. In terms of data, we make use of administrative data from RRA, accessed now 2 years ago. We look at the taxpayer registry, which for our benefit had information on the EBM registration status. And we've been able, thanks to that information, to categorize taxpayers as shifters, those going from EBM1 to EBM2, or new users of EBM2, those that just started using it. Important for us then to perform the analysis. This data is not that, to my experience, it was not that common to find in other contexts. So we're pretty happy. We use VAT returns and income tax returns across 7-8 years to measure impacts on compliance. This is just a descriptive patterns of the adoption trends. On top here, we see the adoptions of EBM1. As you can see, it boomed in 2014, 15, 16. But then introduced in 2017, EBM version 2 really peaked after COVID, or in 2021, 2022. Thanks to strong activity of awareness and dissemination from tax administration. So EBM2 adopters and shifters, of course, come up later. when we compare the new users and shifters of EBM version 2, as you can see here, there are many differences between the two. The shifters, unsurprisingly, are larger taxpayers, more likely to be based in Kigali, older in terms of being more established, while new users are somehow younger and more rural. This will help understanding the different impacts that we found. So in terms of the estimation strategy, probably I should not spend much time on this, but the idea is that we clean our data set. So we end up with 3,000 firms, a split between shifters and users. We test, of course, for the validity of our estimation strategy. As I'll show you in a bit, we measure the trends before and after adoption. We use a difference in difference approach, which is recommended in this case, which we boosted through a triple difference in difference strategy, as used, by the way, by Professor Asa and in another paper in Ethiopia. So these results, in terms of how they are built, they are very comparable to those of EBM1, the EBM1 study from Asa and Zeitlin. But let's go straight through the results. And first, I want to show you, of course, we look at VAT and the income tax outcomes. This graph shows the trends in VAT filing after adoption of EBM version 2. All right, the vertical dotted line is the period of adoption, which of course varies by taxpayers. And what you can see is that we look at VAT turnover from VAT, non-taxable sales, VAT on inputs, and the final VAT liability. As you can see, these items, adopters, EBM2 adopters report higher turnover, higher VAT on inputs, and final higher VAT liability. While probably on non-taxable sales, there is no clear, it's a positive finding, but not much consistent. So in this way, this is just the depiction of, kind of sort of a first stage sort of description of the results at the period level. We then have to measure the actual impacts of adoption of the machines. And we do that by considering shifters and new users, splitting the two categories. And what we found is that for new users, so these are guys that go from nothing to adopting EBM version 2, well, the story is positive. They end up reporting a higher turnover, statistically significantly so. They report, of course, higher VAT on output, and higher VAT liability. They're also a bit less likely to zero file, which is a positive finding, given the high prevalence of zero filing in Rwanda and elsewhere. There is not much happening on non-taxable sales and VAT on inputs. So new users react positively by increasing compliance after adoption of the software. When it comes to shifters, and that's probably where the story becomes a bit more interesting and puzzling, we don't find much of an impact from those that go from EBM1 to EBM2. No impact whatsoever on turnover. If anything, we find even negative effect of moving from one technology to the next in terms of VAT liability, VAT due, even if it's just weakly significant. So we are pretty puzzled by looking at this, and we argued that this could be due to different reasons. As yesterday Professor Wasim was saying, taxpayers after a while learn how to game with the technology. So this could be due to the fact that shifters know already how to navigate the VAT system, or know already how to trick tax administration through technology. So moving to this enhanced technology didn't actually touch them much. If anything, they're declaring a bit less. It could also be that probably there was no actual benefit from going to the next technology. I'm a bit skeptical around that because the two technologies were quite different, and EBM version 2 was really enhanced and had much more functionalities, many more functionalities. So we were expecting a strong impact also here in terms of for the shifters, which we couldn't find. And another interesting results, which I want to discuss, is about when we look at discrepancies between VAT returns and income tax returns, right? So we match, for each taxpayers, we match their returns, and we see what's happening at that level. And this is an indicator, we call it, of filing accuracy. The machine technology in general was supposed to help taxpayers to filing more accurately. But what happens here, the bottom line is that accuracy actually worsens because taxpayers are responding at the VAT level. So they are at least new users are declaring more turnover and targets or whatever VAT compliance and made compliance with VAT more salient, while these positive impacts do not translate into improved compliance with income tax. In fact, an indicator for accuracy there, second column, means if the taxpayer reported the same turnover across the two returns, VAT and income tax. Well, the probability of that goes down. So discrepancies widen. And in the second last column, we see that the turnover from the VAT return is larger. So there is a higher probability for users to report a higher turnover in the VAT return compared to the income tax. Of course, shifters, nothing changed for them. So at least at the level of discrepancies, they don't worsen at that margin. So again, another puzzling result which we are still understanding, the meaning of it. But our argument again is that the machine helped with VAT filing compliance, but that didn't translate into corresponding improvements on income tax returns. All right. So in terms of concluding, this is definitely a strong, important evolution in technology, which had a positive impact on VAT revenues for first-time users. However, it's still unclear what happens with the shifters. It's still unclear why shifters remain unresponsive despite such an upgrade. Could it be because, again, the technology didn't actually bring any benefits to them, or could it be just that these are larger taxpayers, more established, more tax savvy, and probably they know how to exploit the loopholes in the system? We don't know exactly what's happening there. But in terms of policy recommendation, well, we probably think that EBM2 for new users, which are mostly small taxpayers, could be a good substitute for traditional audits. These guys are many, and it's also quite expensive to go after them. But maybe using this technology could help replacing traditional audits. Instead, shifters, which are larger and better equipped taxpayers, probably need further scrutiny. And we know who they are. The tax administration knows who they are. Probably the focus, the enforcement focus should be directed at them. And of course, there is this point around larger discrepancies, which again was very unexpected. Of course, if you have larger discrepancies in your data sets, well, that creates important repercussions on the quality of the administrative data. And I think we discussed about this yesterday. What does it mean for the tax administration working with data which are not consistent across tax returns and tax heads? Could it be an issue of compliance costs here, or salience, or just confusion? And what about pushing for automated pre-filling of information? Of course, that's the future of any tax administration, but here probably it's needed, given that, of course, discrepancies widen. And in this context, the given these results, probably these I mean, it could probably bring positive impacts, given that new users are so responsive. And yep, I think I'll stop there. Thank you. This is the link to the working paper if you want to read it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Santoro, for this wonderful presentation on electronic billing machines in Rwanda. So next, I would like to invite the discussant for this presentation, Dennis Mukama, Assistant Commissioner for Planning and Research at the Rwanda Revenue Authority.
Good morning, everyone. Maybe before I get into the discussion of the paper, I want to put something into context. We've been talking about the EBM, and I don't know if everyone understands the jargon behind. He said about the electronic physical devices. It is exactly that. But what the whole journey was all about is, trying to get people into using and getting used to the whole issuance and use of, the technology. We started with the version 1. This version 1, like he explained, was, it was a gadget that came with software, but it was, it came with limitations. And because of the outcry of people, it was not agile enough to respond to the different business needs. Whether you're issuing one invoice, whether you're a business that is a supermarket that has multiple, it was required. And then the cost, much as is unexpensed allowance, it was huge. So that prompted those reasons, prompted the advancement to version 2. So having put that in context, the paper speaks, of course, of very interesting findings, and I'll come to how the admin and policy responses to some of the findings, not only to this, but even the earlier papers mentioned and other internal work that has been undertaken. One, moving to EBM version 2, the software option had its it still has a few challenges, but it has greatly pushed forward our belief in the fact that each and every business operator should have an electronic fiscal invoice. And that, again, for me, prompted the question yesterday, when do we start the talk of the threshold? Not today, but we should be considering it in future. Now, the things that we look at in terms of the paper, there's one setback where they look at the total registry and how many are using EBM version 2, not giving mention of the fact that this was really started with targeting VAT registered taxpayers. That is a big, omission, and it seems to send a message that it's because the version 2 is so sophisticated for small taxpayers, but not taking consideration of the fact that it only started with EBM version 2. I mean, the VAT registered taxpayers. Now, in terms of the results, there are so many things that speaks about of the positive impact of VAT. But one thing I also wanted to talk about is the admin responses. One, the disparities between income tax and VAT. Now, the tax administration is able to put controls within the system. No taxpayer can submit an income tax return without the system already pulling what the returns in the VAT. So that discrepancy is automatically controlled. In terms of the refund claims as well, this is a bit now much faster because the system is already able to pull who you bought from, how they declared that their invoices, and automatically, if you're in a refund position, the system will give you, will automatically accept your refund request. In terms of the discrepancy showed about the large and not seeing a difference between the shifters. Those who've been using the version 1 and version 2, how come you're not seeing any, response? Now we've given more focus in terms of these particular large taxpayers, and we've scrutinized more their returns to see what. And recently, in their income tax returns that were submitted not last March, we saw lots and lots of information that we would not have seen through just merely looking at the system. We get into their certified accounts, and we saw lots of unexplained expenses, but you could not track them in the system. So that has led us to look at the larger taxpayers more in more reality. And then again, in terms of controls, again in customs, every submission, every customs imports are already now automatically captured within the EBM system. And finally, when it comes to the expenses, you cannot claim an expense on income tax, which is not supported by an EBM invoice. So, I mean, that's just to show you that this kind of research, they're supporting, or they're giving us evidence as tax administration to where we should be focusing. And then maybe as a final caution of a note of caution is that when it comes to our policy of expanding and rolling out the EBM for all to everyone, this for us is a rubber stamp. It has showed us that the small taxpayers are able to use this, but with given more support and easier options. So we are now already pushing out, and I would be looking forward to the outcomes of the next analysis of the EBM for all policy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dennis, for your thoughtful comments. So now I would like to open up the
Thank you very much. It's very interesting. My question was a little bit related to one of Dennis' comments. I was wondering if you could just talk a little bit more about the decision to adopt and what you may have discovered in additional work on, the graphs you showed on the timing of adoption. That was very interesting, and there seems to be quite a bit of variation. And I think one thing related that I didn't exactly understand about the sample is there are non-adopters like on that extensive margin, I suppose. Right? So again, in the sense of who adopts versus not, if you could talk a little bit about what you have found in terms of that decision to adopt.
Yes, good morning. My name is Benson Yungeko from Burundi Revenue New Authority in charge of research and planning. Thank you so much for the presenters. My question is about to get clarification on how this EBM version 2 is taking into consideration the control of claiming of returns on VAT from export. How does it control that like it does for the good bought from internal suppliers? Yeah, I need that experience. Thank you so much.
Maybe since the questions are very short, we'll take one last one from Teddy.
Thank you. Thank you very much for, sneaking me into the question. No, I just, I was really wondering about this decline in VAT payments for the shifters. And I was wondering if we have information on, what percentage of these top taxpayers are these? Because as Dennis was mentioning, these are like VAT registered ones, and I'm just assuming that these are very big known taxpayers, and it may be the case that they were overpaying before, because usually there is a burden on big taxpayers, assessments and pressure on big taxpayers to pay more. And with this improvement in system in EDM2, now more information is coming out on a more refined way of assessing their liabilities, and then perhaps they were overpaying before, and now, could that be an explanation? If you could comment on that, is my question. Thank you.
Santoro?
Thanks, Anders. Yes, in the paper we explore a little bit the drivers of adoption. So there is more evidence there. We have little information about these taxpayers because it comes from taxpayer registry. So we know something about sector, location, registration years. And yes, even within the new users, which are small, those that adopt are a bit larger. They're a bit more urban. They're a bit more older, more experienced. So yes, it's always the same pattern even within categories. And yes, in terms of the estimation strategy, we dropped the never adopters because the way we run the fixed effect regression. We could do that also including non-adopters. So I'll leave the other one for Dennis, but yeah, the point from on the declining payments for shifters. Yes, that's also a good argument actually. I didn't thought of it. The fact that they were overpaying. I mean, in my mind, I think of small taxpayers as more likely to leave money on the table and overpaying instead of the big fish, because maybe they know already what to do with tax filing. So I wasn't thinking of that, but yeah, we should look more into these categories in terms of which decile or they belong to. That's a really good point. And the other one on exports, I really don't know. Probably Dennis, you can help there. I'm lost.
There's really not a special treatment of the exports in that the version 2 only looks at it looks at the sales. So whether you're in export business or zero rated, exempt, you put your sales in there, and then the only component that differentiates is the VAT tax expected. It's either you're zero, that's what you put, and so all that by putting either zero, exempted. So that's now where the confirmation comes in once they look at your invoices. That's when you can tell that this is Indo export business. This is to what tune of your sales are taxable, or to what tune of your sales are zero rated, just like the exports. I mean, those that are into exports. So those are the more or less where the controls where we can now go on to differentiate whether those are exports. But there's no specific treatment of exporters. It's through the sales and the VAT expected.
Okay, so that marks the end of the first session of today. So I would like us to give a warm round of applause to our presenters and discussants for their wonderful job on the promise and pitfalls of technology. So one key takeaway from this session is that technology could have the potential to improve tax capacity only if reforms are appropriately sequenced and backed up by investments in staff training and capacity. So Next, I'm very excited to hand over to Professor Jonathan Leap, the Executive Director of IGC, who will chair the next session. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Let me add my my sort of greetings and good wishes to everyone. In this session, we will be focusing on the role of tax policy in promoting an effective climate transition in developing countries. I want to start by way of introduction with just a couple of comments about IGC's approach to climate change. In the last few years, understanding how developing countries can most effectively respond to the challenges of climate change has why it's so important to keep the focus on growth in this context. And there are really two big reasons why we believe that these two things, sustainability and enhancing sustainability and economic development, need to go hand in hand. The first is that even in the face of climate change, the highest priority for developing countries is, of course, to generate economic growth that will be necessary to raise living standards and reduce poverty. So tax policy must continue to reflect that priority. But secondly, developing countries will bear the greatest burden of climate change, and economic development is essential to effective adaptation. Enabling people to move out of subsistence activities into more productive occupations is the single most important way to reduce their exposure to climate shocks and to increase their resilience. More generally, virtually all of the important elements of economic development, from financial inclusion to access to energy or education or other public services, are measures that enhance resilience. But all of that said, growth in developing countries must over time become more sustainable. The pollution associated with most carbon emissions has reached crisis levels in many developing country cities, with dramatic implications for health and human welfare. And the costs associated with the impact of climate change on natural capital more generally are increasingly apparent. In addition, without a transition to cleaner growth, the low-income, currently low-emitting countries of today will, if growth is maintained, become high emitters by 2050, with global consequences. And tax policy can play an important role in supporting this transition to cleaner growth. To begin with, domestic revenues will be needed to fund the necessary investments in infrastructure, in public services, in social protection, under even the most optimistic scenarios about climate finance. In addition, environmental taxes are important in aligning private sector incentives. Although such taxes, including carbon taxation, have to date had limited traction in developing countries, in part because of their potentially adverse impact on living standards and competitiveness, our speaker today is going to be discussing an exciting new proposal about carbon pricing. Professor Clausing is the Eric M. Zoltz Chair in Tax Law and Policy at UCLA. But in the first part of the Biden administration, she served as the lead economist in the Office of Tax Policy at the US Treasury. While there, she and Catherine Wolfram, who's now a professor of economics at MIT, advanced the idea that the EU Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, presented developing countries with a potential opportunity to increase fiscal capacity by introducing some form of carbon pricing rather than paying that tax explore the implications of CBAM and the scope for introducing some form of carbon pricing. I'd now like to invite Professor Clausing to give her presentation.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. It's such an honor to be here and to be part of this conversation over the last couple of days. It's been very enlightening, and I'd like to thank IGC and RAPOA and the Tanzanian Revenue Authority for hosting and for inviting me. So hopefully the clicker will work. That's my big goal. So I'm going to talk today about the green transformation and tax policy. And the real North Star here in terms of the underlying global objective is to address this global collective action problem. And if you look at the chart here, you can see that the biggest 20 emitters are about 80% of worldwide greenhouse gas emissions. But there's quite a few of them, and then there's the rest of the world. And really no one country can solve this problem on their own, of course. Even if 4 jurisdictions, China, the United States, the EU, and India, are together more than half of worldwide emissions. So the question then is, how are we doing in solving that as a world? And I would say not well at all. The global temperatures are rising both on land and at sea. Emissions have yet to peak, although there's less of an upward trend than there used to be. There is some encouraging news here. Both the EU and the United States have trended towards lower emissions over time, and that's been helpful. Although that pattern isn't observed elsewhere in the world, we do see massive investments in clean energy in China, which should help the Chinese trend in the time to come, and for which we should, excuse me, for which I am myself quite enthusiastic about those trends. Sorry, I'm going to grab my water too. Sorry, I have a little thing in my throat. Thank you. So turning to the key challenge here, dealing with the global emissions reduction is quite difficult, in part because it is a global collective action problem, and every country on their own will have some incentive to free ride. There are also enormous equity issues, as Jonathan already alluded to, but that are really important here. The rich countries of the world have really created this problem. The costs associated with this problem are going to fall disproportionately on poorer countries. And so that makes mobilizing resources worldwide extremely important. But this is at a time where we're trying to solve a global collective action problem, but there's a lot of tensions in the world, including ascendant nationalism in countries like China and India and the United States, as well as wars in the Middle East and on Europe. So it's not an easy time for global cooperation, but cooperation is more needed than ever. And policy alignment would be extremely helpful here. And I'll talk more about what I mean by policy alignment, but it basically is working on the tools to ensure that countries' policies are not harming each other's. That's a really important tool here. Now, you might say, well, we've got the UN CCC Paris Agreement process that but it doesn't really have incentives or teeth. And so it does make it difficult to address this issue. So turning to tax policy has an enormously important role to play here in handling the climate transition, not just because tax policy is often used as a direct tool to respond to this global externality, but because tax policy principles themselves can help us think about how we might best design these tools to facilitate this goal. And we've talked a lot about tax policy goals already over the last few days. I noticed that I'm missing one of the goals that Professor Issa mentioned yesterday, which is accountability, I think, and tax morale. But I've got a lot of the other major ones up here, which include revenue, distribution, making sure that the tax system is fair, administration and compliance, which is very important in this area, and efficiency. And efficiency is particularly one to point to with respect to the challenge of climate change, because not only do you want to make sure that the market has the right incentives to address this problem, but you also want to think about international efficiency too, because one country's actions can have spillovers that affect other countries. That element of this story, I think, is particularly important for us to pay attention to. So let's turn to the fiscal side first. This chart is from a few years back, but already shows an enormous divergence in how much countries spend on clean energy. This is not per dollar of GDP. This is just absolute spending on clean energy. And at the time, the big spenders are the United States, Germany, Canada, Italy, France, and India, followed by the Netherlands, the UK, and China. Note that as soon as you get just a little bit down this rank order, the spending is really quite small. And I think that that's an interesting thing to bear in mind. And you know, if we looked at this today, the numbers would all be higher, but there's still a lot of discrepancy in the ability to just spend our way out of this problem. So the United States and China have boldly attempted to spend their way out of this problem by lavishing resources on the energy transition and subsidies and hoping that companies can innovate in ways that will hopefully spill over in a positive way to the rest of the world. But not every country can afford to just lavish money on this. Which raises a second fiscal tool, which is carbon pricing. There are 73 jurisdictions worldwide, about 40 of which are national governments that employ some form of carbon pricing. And that number is increasing rapidly. Catherine Wolfram and I have been tracking new announcements about carbon pricing, in part in response to the EU policy, and have seen that there's about 24 countries that are either contemplating or implementing in addition to these. You can see quite a bit of variation here with in terms of coverage and price. Worldwide, about 23% of emissions are subject to some sort of carbon pricing regime. That's decent. Like 23% is a lot better than zero. But you know, the goal would be to make that higher and higher. The European countries and New Zealand are kind of up and to the right. So they have both high coverage and high upper left with a high price but low coverage, and then the UK, China, and some others in this lower left corner, although both China and the UK are expanding their carbon pricing regimes, and I still haven't given up hope on the United States moving in that direction someday. So when we look at the fiscal impact of how we respond to climate change, the first thing to note is that subsidies are probably not going to be enough, and they're very expensive. So I don't think that is going to be enough worldwide to have a good response here. But there are opportunities here as well to raise fiscal revenue while simultaneously kind of aligning countries' climate policy approaches by using carbon pricing regimes. And one thing to bear in mind, of course, all taxes are to some extent unpleasant to the taxpayer, but assuming you have some taxes at all, right, it's not the case that, we get to anticipate a world of no taxes. So really carbon pricing should be compared to the alternative tax, not to just plain no carbon pricing. Now, the policy design associated with the carbon pricing, I'm going to talk about in more detail, but one thing to bear in mind is the circumstances of the individual country will certainly influence this design. So for instance, if you're an exporter of fossil fuels, let's say Nigeria, right, you might think of a production-based carbon tax as sort of like a royalty, right? Like and in fact, if you just relabeled your royalty regime carbon tax, right, which you could do, right, you can basically qualify as not subject to any other country's carbon border regime, right? Because you would be levying the tax at home, you collect the revenue at home, and then if some other country is trying to tax on a consumption basis, they would already credit you for having taxed. And I'll get to the border regime in a second. But that's one important thing to think about in this area. Another issue is how to deal with the political economy concerns. And here I think it's useful to view these policies again as a package. If people are resistant to higher fuel prices, for instance, there's ways that you can soften that impact by using the revenues in an earmarked fashion or to offset harms to particular groups. And so that's an important element as well. Distribution impacts are really key here. I think part of why the United States has failed to move in the direction of carbon pricing is because the left is concerned that it would disproportionately hurt those at the bottom of the income distribution, and the right isn't particularly concerned about the underlying policy objective. So if you could just kind of get them to switch positions, then you might be able to achieve more. But it is really important to think about the distributional effects here. Now, I would point out that countries are very diverse in terms of what the distributional impact is. Under some assumptions, it's not actually even that regressive in richer countries. And in poor countries, it can be a progressive source of revenue if wealthier individuals are using more energy relative to their poor counterparts, right? So this is something that where data is extremely useful for countries in evaluating this. But one thing to bear in mind is alternative approaches to climate mitigation also have distributional impacts. If you ban a pipeline, for instance, you're creating high so you can't and, you know, for instance, analysis in the United States, and I'm sure this would be true in China as well, would show that subsidies are quite regressive because they're disproportionately helping those who are benefiting from the tax subsidies, which are typically owners of firms, as opposed to regular people. So the larger tax system can address these distributional issues, which is one reason to think of tax policy in the climate space as part of a larger tax package. Now, administration and compliance issues, I think, are really crucial here. And in here, design can make a big difference. So emissions trading systems can be quite complicated to set up and to put forward, but upstream carbon fees can be quite easy to collect. So you really only have to find producers of oil and natural gas and coal, and those are usually pretty easy to identify, and imports of the same at the port. And if you levy this in an upstream way, that's very, very few taxpayers, right? But it will affect the use of fossil fuel throughout your whole economy. So there are simple ways to design this, and that's an important thing to bear in mind. I would say there are also very complicated ways to design this. And the more policy objectives you sort of layer in with your climate policy, the more complicated things get. So that's one key criteria to keep an eye on. Now, this table here shows you kind of the emissions reduction that would take to meet different environmental benchmarks here in terms of the action required to reach temperature goals of 2 degrees, 1.8 degrees, and 1.5 degrees. And I like this particular paper, which comes from the IMF, because they're trying to show that a carbon price can be quite effective at adding to the ability of the world to address these mitigation needs, but also that there's no reason for the carbon price to be uniform across countries, right? So you could imagine a system, for instance, where the least developed countries were exempt from carbon pricing, and then you had minimum price floors of $25 for lower middle income countries, and the higher middle income countries might be 50, and then rich countries might be 75. And that tiered pricing structure gets you emissions reductions almost the same as having a uniform floor, and enough to keep you below 2 degrees Celsius. 1.5 degrees Celsius is really not looking in the cards at the moment, although people haven't quite said that out loud as often as they maybe should. But if you compare that to the red numbers here, you get nowhere near what you need from just the nationally determined contributions through the Paris Agreement. So this is an opportunity, I guess, to sort of push countries to better align, but to set up a system where not every country has to have the same price. Now, one tool to thinking about how we might get that alignment is to think about using trade, hopefully in a very non-discriminatory way, as a lever to encourage policy adoption. And so Europe has done this with their carbon border adjustment, effectively acknowledging the fact that there are spillovers associated with some countries pricing and other countries not pricing. So take the example of the United States is subsidizing their firms. That creates a big competitiveness disadvantage for Canada relative to the United States. If they come in with a carbon border adjustment, right, they would basically, which they are reluctant to do because of their southern neighbor, but they would neutralize that disadvantage. And that can address these negative spillovers. Now, of course, there are also positive spillovers. When countries do ambitious policies, they help other countries by reducing global emissions. And when new technologies are discovered and you move down the cost curve, like we've seen happen with Chinese solar production, for instance, by expanding scale so much has made adoption of solar energy much cheaper worldwide, but also we're seeing that with EVs right now. So spillovers can be positive or negative, but the European approach is to respond to this competitiveness with a carbon border adjustment mechanism. And what they're basically doing is saying, okay, much like a VAT, we're going to treat any good that comes into Europe the same, whether you domestically produce it, if you make something in Germany, or you import it from Mozambique, either sourced good will face the same carbon price. Just like with a VAT, you would charge the VAT whether it was a German produced good or a Mozambican produced good, they would also pay the same VAT. And the thought of this European approach is to sort of neutralize some of the competitiveness concerns that their firms are worried about. And they're starting with just a few sectors: cement, electricity, fertilizers, aluminum, and iron and steel. And they're focusing first on direct emissions, but they're sort of trying to address this negative competitiveness leakage that way. Now, there's a lot of concern about this, right? Because let's say you're Mozambique, you make a lot of aluminum, you send that to Europe. Now they're levying this fee on your aluminum. This seems like a big risk to Mozambique, and it can be. But it also can be potentially an opportunity. Mozambique has a lot of hydropower, right? As the scope is expanded, they may emerge as one of the cleaner sources of aluminum, and then they can get the high European price without paying the high border adjustment, right? So this gives countries an incentive to kind of use clean production as a facet of comparative advantage, but it's very important that this be done in a non-discriminatory way. So I've looked some with Catherine on these kind of policy adoption dynamics, and one thing Thailand, Vietnam, Morocco have announced that in part because of the EU regime, they're going to adopt carbon pricing. And when they do that, they convert what would have been EU tariff revenue into domestic revenue, right? Which they can then use for other needs, building fiscal capacity, driving their own emissions reductions, and hopefully giving themselves eventually a comparative advantage in those types of products. Right, so that's a key dynamic here. But I think there are some policy challenge issues and some threats and some risks in this area as well. Green economies will benefit more from these tools, but it's really important that they have a domestic policy to adjust to. So for instance, I have concerns that the US government might try to do this kind of thing without imposing the costs on the domestic firms, which I think would be an unconscionable step forward in my personal view. And there's a bill actually right now called the Foreign Pollution Fee that would do just that. It's like blatantly protectionist. It's not equalizing a competitiveness concern. It's just kind of dumb. So I think it's important that countries align and pursue this in a non-discriminatory way. And it's also really important to address the needs, almost done, of low and middle income countries. And there are many ways to do that. For instance, if you exempt the lowest income countries from the regime at all, right, that's only affecting 4% of emissions. And then if you have these tiered minimum prices, so imagine if you want to serve the European market and you're a lower middle income country, right, you could turn off the border adjustment at 1/3 the price that a high income country would turn off the border adjustment. And that can create kind of more incentives for more and more countries to join up in this more aligned approach to address mitigation. I also think it's very important if pursuing that kind of global agreement to pair it with good things, like with extra sources of climate finance, with free trade in energy transition goods, with efforts to make sure that new clean technologies spread throughout the world, and those kinds of paired steps. The final slide just notes that recently we did have some progress in addressing this kind of global collective action problem of tax competition with the global minimum tax. And while that isn't a perfect solution and needs to be built on in the time ahead, I do think it illustrates that if you can deal with sort of the incentives associated with how do you deal with non-adopting countries, right, that you might be able to get to a better equilibrium than when you're ignoring that problem. And I think something similar could happen in climate change today if this is done in a more coordinated and aligned way. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Kim. I think it's given us an ideal launching point for our discussion now, because you've set some of these tax issues in a very sort of comprehensive overview of the climate policy. I'd now like to invite up our two panelists who will be joining us for this discussion. The first is Ahmed Nyashobala, who is a senior research fellow at RIPOA. And the second is Dr. Philip Carbo, who is director. Sitting next to me. Yep.
Leave it there and just press the button.
Welcome. Good. Well, let's get started. Let me, as we've done before, we'll start with my asking some questions of the panelists, and then open it up to questions from you. So please do be thinking of the issues that you'd like to raise when we get to the general Q&A. So first, Kim, I wonder if I could ask you to take a step back and think about the broad context that you've sketched. And going beyond just the CBAM element of it, share with us your sort of judgment as to what the three most important things are that developing country tax authorities could be doing when it comes to tax policy and climate transition.
Thanks so much. I'm not sure if this one works. Try pressing. Let me just share yours. Thank you. So I think one issue that's really important to bear in mind, again, is this notion that this is has the potential, carbon taxation or carbon fees to be a relatively efficient source of finance when compared to other policy tools that you might use, and that the world is changing in a way that if you kind of work now to internalize some of the goals here and move toward a cleaner energy production, that you might benefit as well from comparative advantage in that space. But I think it's very important at the same time that one's thinking about that to think about simplicity. Like the very first thing a country could do is avoid subsidizing fossil fuels. There are many countries that subsidize fossil fuel production worldwide, and stopping that would A, save money on the subsidies, and B, like reduce the distortion of trying to encourage something that is, emissions increasing. But also when thinking about carbon fee alternatives, try to focus on ones that are simple, like a simple upstream carbon fee can be highly effective. And then finally, I think another issue to bear in mind here is the importance of political economy and fairness considerations. So any approach like the ones I just described really needs to be embedded in questions like, how do we use this revenue? How do we alleviate other tax burdens? How do we make sure that poor or vulnerable people are protected as we implement this tool? So one example would be you could use the revenues directed from your tax that's aimed at mitigation to deal with adaptation, to help those communities that are most adversely affected by the warming planet. So I think those are all important issues. And the final thing I would bear in mind too is that the importance of kind of working collaboratively, with other nations in this respect, because it's definitely something that no one country can handle alone.
Great, thanks. Sort of building on your last point, of course, using the revenue is one way to build political support for economy, in the sense that it's not our. Now, to what extent do you think that can or should be overcome by an approach that at least initially focuses on pollution charges as opposed to carbon charges? So we know pollution is a crisis, as I mentioned, in developing country cities. So it's an issue in many countries that already has political salience. There's pretty good, not perfect, but pretty good alignment between that and carbon emissions. And I just wonder what you think the prospects are for pushing in that direction.
Yes, I think that's an excellent suggestion. And there's an enormous overlap there. If you look at, for instance, health effects of particulates, you can get enormous benefits from reducing emissions at the same time that you're reducing particulate emissions. And so when you take those health benefits into your cost benefit analysis, you can often see it's really determinative in terms of thinking about the net positives associated with something like a pollution fee. Similarly, there's been some really interesting work that shows that investment subsidies can have negative health effects by boosting, in particularly capital intensive ways, production that comes with heavy emissions, right, and heavy air pollution. So, maybe the first step is to sort of take a holistic look at the tax system and look at all these other benefits that you might get from focusing on health benefits associated with reduced pollution and reduced emissions.
Great, thanks. Philip, I wonder if I could come to you next. I wonder if you could just tell us a bit about how you're approaching climate policy in Sierra Leone, and whether there are any points coming out of Kim's presentation, but also not beyond that, that resonate with the experiences in Sierra Leone.
All right, thank you very much. Let me first thank IGC, REPO, and of course TRA for inviting me to this very important workshop. Of course, the topic itself, tax climate change, is quite an important topic. it resonates very well. In fact, when you talk about contemporary discourse on sustainable development and tax policy, you have to actually talk about climate change. So in Sierra Leone, we have experienced a lot of climate change issues. Over in 2017, for instance, we had the mudslide that claimed the lives of over 400 Sierra Leoneans. And almost every year we get issues of flooding, frequent flooding, storms, and a lot of that happening. Biodiversity loss due to deforestation. We used to have forest cover of around 39% of the country, but of course, 34% of that has also been lost through deforestation. So the issue of climate change is very important in Sierra Leone. Therefore, coming up with measures on how we can adapt, how can be resilient, and also how can reduce issues of mitigation are very important. For mitigation levels, Sierra Leone is a very low emitting country, as a very developing country. If you look at the chart that Kim shared, Sierra Leone cannot find it there. In fact, if you look at African countries, I only saw South Africa amongst the list of countries that are even emitting. So most of the emission comes from the rich countries, and that's something I also say. So we now have several policy measures that are put in place, and also established certain institutions to help the coordination of climate change issues. For instance, we didn't have a ministry responsible for energy to more of renewable energy. So the issues there are quite relevant, are very important, but also in terms of policy levels, we now have a climate change policy that has been developed. We also have a national adaptation plan, and we also have now the the NDC that's also been developed with all the mitigation measures. Even though our emission rates of greenhouse gas emissions are quite low, but yet we are hoping to reduce them by 10% by 2030 and by 25% by 2025. So all of these policies are in place. But of course, things that resonate when it comes to what Kim has indicated has to do with the pricing of carbon. One, realized that pricing of carbon in African countries is not quite favorable to us. What we have seen recently also, a lot of people are trying to venture into carbon markets within Africa, but they do not have much knowledge of how it's actually, how it goes about. In fact, when they attend conferences, whether they attend the COP or attend the World Bank spring meetings or annual meetings, we see guys who come around who pose to be agents of carbon markets. In fact, I refer to them as carbon markets paparazzis. They come around meeting governments of African countries, telling them they are agents, they are experts that can link them to better carbon markets. We do not actually know whether, in fact, what they are saying is true. So these are all issues that are affecting us, and it's quite very much resonate with us in Sierra Leone. But of course, understanding the instruments as well in terms of climate finance. We have been focusing mostly on the domestic public private finance, where we have been taxing fuel taxes. Initially, we are subsidizing a lot of fossil fuel taxation in terms of saying, let's take the excise tax element as a buffer in the pricing formula that we have. So for the past years, this has cost us in terms of domestic revenue. But recently, from end of 2023 to now, the government decided to liberalize the petroleum pricing formula by removing the subsidy. So which implies the excise tax now is paid as a full pass-through. So what happens here is when I compared tax revenues in Q1 last year, the corresponding period with Q1 this year, tax revenues for petroleum excise actually increased by 8-fold. So that just tells you the effect of subsidy was actually affecting us. And then also we have been trying to tax also the timber. At some point, we're only using a specific taxation on timber. But then to encourage reforestation, we introduced an ad valorem tax in the 2024 Finance Act. So whatever proceeds that come from that, in addition to the base specific tax, will now be used to actually bring in reforestation. But while we have been facing also challenges when it comes to international public climate finance, whether it comes from grants, from donors or concessional loans. Most of these grants, when they come, they only come to develop policies and then plans, but then they are not utilized to actually bring in actions in terms of mitigating climate change. So our transition to energy is actually towards clean energy is a priority for now, because we realize that our GHG emission actually come from energy sector. In fact, over 90% of the emissions are from the energy sector, and they will be using mostly thermal energy. So that's why moving towards clean energy, whether from mini grids or not, or what is our priority. So that's why government has also kind of introduced tax incentives for anybody who moves towards for investment in a clean energy. We removed the import duty as well as a lot of these things that Kim has presented actually resonate very well with us in Sierra Leone.
Great, thanks very much. I wonder if I could ask you a follow-up question, Philip, which is, those are quite bold moves that you've talked about, the elimination of fuel subsidies and the taxation of timber. I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about the political economy of those decisions. So has there been a lot of resistance? If so, how did the government overcome that?
Yes, starting first with the subsidy on the fuel. Initially, because Australia is a very poor country, so it implies when prices of fuel actually go up, it affects our economy, inflation, and all the other things. So whenever government tries to liberalize the petroleum price formula by eliminating the subsidy, it implies the pump price is likely to go up. So there have been a lot of resistance from the public with regards to that, but government has talked with that and then suggesting that we earmark whatever revenues that we get from removal of the subsidy in terms of petroleum excise tax revenue to actually help fund social protection programs. That's the way governments have been trying to actually convince the people with the context of that political resistance, social resistance that we face. In terms of timber taxation, of course, the timber agents and all of the companies were also kind of fighting back that the taxes that are imposed were quite high. But then government said, of course, this is environmentally related. It's not just about revenue collection, but protecting our environment. In fact, the evidence we see the effects of deforestation, how it's affecting us, and the kind of climate change issues we are facing. These were things that government used to actually convince the public that there was every need for us to actually increase revenues. But then earmarking is something that's very critical. At the end of the day, if the revenues you collect from that are actually used as earmarked for special purpose, then that's the way we used to actually convince.
With the timber tax as well, they're earmarked or just?
Well, the timber was not earmarked because the thing here is when you collect the revenue, it all goes to the they will all go to the consolidated revenue fund. And when government is actually pressed with the need to pay debts, we are highly indebted. And so in terms of debt servicing, whatever comes into the general pot, part of most of that we have to use to first prioritize the servicing of debt before you talk about another thing. So usually revenues from timber were actually used to do other things. But at the end of the day, government last year also placed a ban on timber, which was kind of induced. We first got the ban from the international CITES, but then government decided, okay, I'll not even bother to negotiate with them whether I'll have to resume our timber exports. We said, okay, let's maintain the ban. It cost us 4% of our tax revenues, but government said, let's maintain it because at the end of the day, we also want to protect the environment.
Okay, thank you. I think those two examples are very helpful because in the second, the timber, we're talking about a situation where the costs are quite concentrated, right, on a particular sector industry. And there, the government's use of a broad public interest argument was sufficient, right, to carry support. Whereas the fuel tax, the costs are so broad that the government has to respond, in your case, with promising offsetting benefits, right, with the earmarking. Yeah. And I think those feel like generalizable features of that. Thanks very much. Well, Ahmed, I wonder if I could come to you now and if you could sort of broaden our discussion a bit and talk to us about what innovative financing mechanisms and instruments can be mobilized to support climate resilient development and alongside poverty alleviation efforts in developing countries. And if there's some recent examples from Tanzania, that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also I thank my colleague. I think these are very important. They will be very important going forward because of the fact that the global efforts on climate change resilient financing is being questioned because of the complications in the discussions and also the mistrust between countries and so forth. So for developing countries which have been less recipients of the benefits of these international efforts, they will have to come up with a lot of efforts themselves in order to be able to finance climate resiliency efforts and the development. And also because climate change, the impact of climate change has a strong impact on poverty, such that when you have climate resilience efforts is failing, you find the poverty levels increases, and therefore farmers are not able to produce their products. You find even businessmen are not able to go to the markets and produce and export and so forth. So in this particular case, I think there is a need to explore some new financing mechanism. I have a number of proposals which possibly we could consider. One is access to credit, not local credits, but also international credits, particularly through the MDBs, the multilateral development banks. These MDBs, through global political efforts, particularly the G20 in 2016, they made a commitment that they will work together to support developing countries improve their economic development. And that included many aspects of development. You have World Bank, IMF, you have ADB, that's for Africa, they say for Africa. But you have other MDBs in Europe and so forth, and Asia, yeah, and the Latin America and so forth. So these MDBs have the opportunities periodically, after 3 years, 4 years, to mobilize international financing to be able to meet their commitments for these developing countries. Now, for us, developing countries, I think this is an opportunity whereby we can push for more financing from the MDBs to be able to include the climate resilient efforts as part of the financing mechanism. Today, you will find it is included, that will be an additional effort for reducing poverty alleviation, for reducing poverty effects and so forth. That is one of the points. The second point is to try to our political efforts to have access to mobilize the resources from the private sector. Private sector. You see in Africa nowadays we are having millionaires, yeah, billionaires, and so forth. You have Nigeria, even Tanzania, Kenya, and so forth. Now, these billionaires, most of their resources compared to billionaires in Europe and the United States, African and the Asian and the Latin American billionaires, the Southern billionaires, their money is private effort, is for private finance, for private benefits and so forth. Unlike what it is in Europe and Asia, whereby these billionaires, they create additional resources available for the communities, for their own communities, but also for the external communities. Here, we have not reached that stage. So I think if the political effort could come to mobilize these private sector resources to be able to be available for the different budgetary resources, either on a low tax base, or possibly even a low interest base, or possibly as grants to the communities, that would be a very good effort, which could be. The next stage, Mr. Chairman, is to target grants. Grants are coming in terms of these traditional sectors. You find in most of our sectors, we have grants coming in education, in health, and so on and so forth. Now, if our governments could include climate resilience development efforts in their budgets, in their economic issues, then these grants could also be mobilized talking to the donors, talking to the potential funders, could be mobilized in order to be able to finance specific climate resilient efforts. Like in Tanzania now, there is the government has decided to promote different efforts to strengthen climate resilience. One of them is afforestation. They are encouraging the build-up of forestation in many areas and so forth. And it is to be done by local individuals. And so local people, whether they are climate resistant crops, food crops, because when you don't have those climate resistant food crops, all of a sudden it's dry weather, artificial dry weather, and everything goes completely broken and so forth. They don't have food efforts. And when it's too much rainfall, like what has been happening over the past weeks, you find too much floods and so forth. You have no crops, you have no food. So you find the poverty levels increases and the poor are in bad shape. So now the government has come up with the efforts to produce climate resilient crops, and they are going from one region to another, sponsoring these particular crops. Now to do that, the government needs to have a lot of money to be able to do that. They need to have a budget allocation for that. And I think those are the areas which could be able to put. Now, on the other part, you find that we encourage, as a report, we encourage the government to establish a budget allocation for this climate resilience financing. And it was a lot of discussion. In the end, it was agreed that the budget allocation was established and the specific code was established and the revenue collection goes to that particular budget, in addition to resources mobilized from outside. And that is the effort which he would like.
Very good. Well, thank you very much for helping to broaden our discussion now there. I'd like now to open the discussion up to all of you and to take some questions. So we have one here from James, just so we don't have too much of an IGC run. Then there too.
Thank you, Dr. Cabo, for your excellent submission. I just have one quick question. You said that when you remove the subsidy from fuel, tax revenue increased by several factors, right? Could you give us some sense of the corresponding change in demand for fuel? I'm asking because my concern is that if these carbon price policies are not accompanied by other interventions to make eco-friendly options attractive, we may get the tax revenue, but not the corresponding change in behavior in order to curb emissions.
Thank you very much. My name is Idris Akanu. I'm from Leon. I'm the Director of Revenue and Tax Policy in the Ministry of Finance. Mine is not a question per se. I just want to throw some light on the political economy issue that you raise. I think the issue of climate change and fuel issues, all of that have a lot of, especially for a country like Sierra Leone, a scope in terms of political economy. We have been battling with the fuel issue, the subsidy, for like over 30 years. Several governments had made attempts to stop that, and it became an issue. And one of the principal reasons was because of the dealers, both the importers and the dealers are very powerful lobbyists. They lobby in parliament and they lobby politicians. So even when we, the technical people, were pushing, it became very difficult. We've made recommendations time and again for politicians, and at times it would start, and if cabinet agrees, parliament will not agree. So lately, we saw it as an opportunity. We had somebody from the World Bank coming in as a minister, and he had different incentives at the time compared to other politicians. So what we did was to push, we said, let's legislate this instead of using it as a buffer, because if it's not in the law, that's one of the reasons why they normally go ahead and say, let's subsidize fuel. We subsidize both directly and indirectly. Indirectly in the terms of taxes, we forgo taxes. But at the same time, we take from the budget and put into the coffers of the oil marketing dealers. And what I did was to make a presentation to show him that we have a neighboring country, Guinea Conakry. And our border with Guinea can be like a population of 300 to 350,000. We have 17 fuel stations just for 300,000 population. I said, that's an indication that our fuel is being smuggled to Guinea. How can the 300,000 population has 17 fuel stations? So that's one of the indicators we gave them. And also, we showed the amount, the population of Sierra Leone, and the amount of fuel we were importing. It means every Sierra Leonean should be using like 5 gallons every day, and which is not possible because we are importing for Liberia. So we did all of that presentation in cabinet, and the president was moved to accept. He looked at, we also went to parliament and spoke to the parliamentarian. We showed them the figures, and all of them were moved. So we are able to present, and that was repealed. And today, we are making a lot of money, a lot of gains from fuel subsidy. But it's a difficult issue. It's only we took the opportunity that we had a new minister who had a different incentive coming from the World Bank, and he wanted to achieve something. So we could push that, and with our support, he was able to drive that forward. On other issues, especially bringing private, one of my colleagues spoke about having who have invested in forestry. Like, for example, we have a UK company called Myro Forestry. And lately, they've also brought in other people that are interested in afforestation. They are growing trees. And for carbon trading, I think that's one of the ways we are addressing climate change issues in Sierra Leone. And of course, we establish a unit at the Ministry of Finance, a climate finance unit, and to be able to provide thinking in terms of policy direction, but also to be able to understand how we can access climate finance to help with addressing climate issues. And that's one of the bigger things. And on the timber, we are able to achieve what we've done because of we collaborate with our development partners, especially the EU, to do a study, to have a comparison of what is being done in places like here in Tanzania, Liberia, Ghana. So we had that report, and we did a presentation of that, and that helped us. The guy who is in the timber, like the timber trade, is very powerful, very close to the president, and we've made an attempt to make sure that we have a kind of a formula to limit what he was doing. It became difficult, but bringing development partners into it and them coming in, supporting a study and doing a presentation to the politician, I think that was helpful. I think that's something other countries can leverage in some of our policy drive. Always having a development partners as part of it helps a lot. Thank you.
Very much. Teddy. Now it's working. I think it's working. Can we pass the microphone to Teddy there for another question? And then I'll take one more before we go back to the panel. So take there at the back, Kim.
Thank you very much. I think I just wanted to emphasize on some of the issues raised on first on the upstream. Kim, you were mentioning about upstream fuel import subsidy, taxation and things like that. I mean, just quick example of in Ethiopia, for example, we import 80% of the fuel we import is gasoline, gas oil. This is not so used for transport of goods and public transport and perhaps for manufacturing. So removing that with the subsidies to that or even taxing it would be very costly. It has a multiplier effect on CPI inflation and things like that. And I think Jonathan also sort of raised that. And that's a very, very costly for livelihoods, for welfare. And I think one of the things we need to sort of engage in as research in the should entirely be on the adaptation issues, but focus on mitigation when and if that mitigation is exactly detrimental to health, as Jonathan mentioned, or others, because it can be the welfare effects can outweigh, and it can get into sort of the philosophical issue of do we take care of people who are living now in their livelihoods or focus on future generations only. So I think we need to have that message clear to policymakers and before we take that kind of measures, and also about the opportunities for using hydro. I think that's a good opportunity as long as already countries are investing in those. But if we are, encouraging them to shift, then there is that sunk cost, that initial investment cost that we need to worry about, and that takes us to the financing of that and how committed are the people who are emitting into putting that bid. I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So now at the back, please. Is there? Yeah.
Thank you for the wonderful discussion. I think my question is more broad. I think thinking about for most developing countries, the focus is more on adaptation than mitigation, and also thinking about financing that is available for adaptation compared to mitigation. So my question is in two parts. Firstly, directed to Prof. Kim, what are your thoughts on the role of tax policy in sort of encouraging adoption of technology and sort of adaptation related technology? What do you foresee tax policy can do there? As well as thinking about what are sort of the trade-offs that countries need to be thinking about as they're thinking about adaptation in fiscal teams, and what buffers need to be put in place as well to sort of think about that as they're taking on different measures to sort of adapt to climate change. What does that mean for the costs that they have to bear, as well as the trade-offs that have to occur for those interventions to be successful? Thank you. As well as a last part of the question is, and where do you see the role of research in that space? What are the knowledge gaps? What do we know? What don't we know? And how can research contribute to that as well? Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. Very excellent, very helpful questions. So the first question then about concerns that adjusting the price of fossil fuel without adequate supply of alternative sources might lead to increases revenue, but no change in behavior or limited change in behavior. I wonder if you could comment on that, Philip, and perhaps if you want to add anything to the points your colleague made about the broader political economy.
Right. Thank you very much, my colleague, for that question. So it's I know when we liberalized the fuel price, it was very much challenging. It led to even the macro concern there as well in terms of inflation, because generally when it liberalized the fuel prices, removed the subsidy, you kind of increasing the pump price, which implies when the price of fuel increases, almost every other commodity they are linked to that. And so it led to inflation and other things. But of course, if we look at the effects there in terms of the macro, because what the central bank has been telling us is that the increase in inflation has largely been driven by fiscal pressures, not only because of other things. So because government has been borrowing a lot from the central bank, so there are a lot of fiscal pressure. So that's even been causing a lot of things, in terms of increasing interest rates and all other things. So as a result of that, government said, okay, let's focus, let's see how we can expand on revenues and remove whatever subsidies. And one point they thought was actually liberalizing the fuel. So the revenues will now mobilizing from that. That's obvious, as you know. Obviously, the social pressure that government faced as a result of that liberalization was quite high. But as I said, because government was able to also come back and engage the civil society guys, engage even the private sector, the petroleum companies themselves, to actually tell the public, to educate the public about the implication of not collecting more revenues, and the implication of being highly indebted, and also the implication of not liberalizing the fuel price. So that actually helps in reducing the behavior. But also, government used that money, as I said, that was earmarked to improve social protection. So we have what we call the Munafa Fund. So partly provided by donor, but also partly provided by government. So all people who are like the smaller traders who know will be likely affected by all of these policies, they were all provided with some kind of cash incentives to actually see how they can improve on their own smaller businesses, so that will not affect much of the behavior. In terms of the role of research, I think somebody spoke about the role of research. I think that's very critical. In Africa, there's less research on climate change as well as on the tax policy. I think that's an area I think we can, IGC can also comment how they can work, how they can expand, because at the end of the day, we do not know what best instruments we can use to actually tackle the issues of climate financing. And I know we have ETAF that is very well recognized in Africa. Most African administrations will go through ETAF. So maybe working with ETAF as a regional body as well to, Kim spoke about how we can come together as a regional bloc. I think using ETAF will also be critical if we are to attract more favorable prices for carbon, and also how we can have more research on the area of tax as well as growth relating to climate change. So these are my areas.
Ahmed, did you want to comment on this, the point made by our Sierra Leonean colleague about how donor finance can be useful in overcoming some of the domestic challenges?
Yes. Thank you. I think the colleague from Sierra Leone for that question and for his proposals and the recommendation. I think using development partners effectively to be able to finance climate change is an effective mechanism to be able to attain the targets on this one. We have experienced of very positive response from development partners in this particular sector, whereby they also wanted to finance programs which actually reduce poverty by tackling the climate change issues, and in order to generate sustainable development for people who are sustainable to, people who are subject to poverty pressures and so forth. And in that particular case, I think governments should be encouraged, and particularly all development actors should be encouraged to approach donors, development partners with the they should approach donors with the proposals and the recommendations in which they can be able to implement some of those very effective programs and the projects for them. Yeah,
great. Thanks.
I didn't answer that aspect, as you said, for the what they have done is in their DPO, in their development policy objectives, as well as climate-related measures as structural benchmarks for encouraging the provision of budget support. So which implies they'll give you a list of measures that all relating to climate change, how we can enhance adaptation as well as mitigation of climate change. So once you're able to implement these measures, they'll give you more money in terms of budget support. So that's why we are encouraging, that's the way we are working in Sierra Leone to work with the World Bank as well as EU, how we can promote climate change and encourage funding from these development partners.
Great. And then finally, Kim, if I could come to you and comment on any of the questions, but I suppose particularly the third question about the costs of reducing the subsidies on fuel oil, on diesel in Ethiopia, and the trade-offs there, and this idea of the trade-off. We have to manage trade-off between present and future generations. And then the final question about adaptation, particularly the role of tax policy in encouraging technology adoption, and so forth there, and perhaps comments on the role of research.
All right, thank you so much. And I really appreciated all those questions, and the comment of my colleagues were quite enlightening as well. So with respect to Teddy's question regarding Ethiopia and the upstream fuel costs, I think that's an extremely important question. But let's imagine the following reform. Let's get rid of any fuel subsidy or add a small fuel fee on the imports, and do it in a revenue neutral way where we lower another tax, perhaps a value added tax, the same amount. Let's just imagine that, right? So you don't have any extra revenue. You've made all the goods in the economy that were subject to the VAT cheaper, and you've made energy more expensive, right? But the average person, unless they're more dependent on fuel than average, will be equally well off. If they're less dependent on fuel than average, they'll be better off, right? So if you imagine that experiment, what it would do is kind of send a price signal to every firm and to every individual to avoid fuel consumption, right? But also at the same time, the income effect, right, would be mitigated by the fact that you've lowered this other tax. So I do think there are ways to design these kinds of policies in a way that might ultimately be beneficial, because it would also shape the future comparative advantage of Ethiopia, because then they would then have incentives to do the green things kind of built right into the system. So I do think that's one useful thing to bear in mind. Another option to think about is, let's say it was slightly revenue raising, the same reform, but you spent the money on adaptation in vulnerable communities, right? There's a lot of communities that are particularly vulnerable to the floods or to heat or to other climate disasters, which unfortunately are all too common, right? If people can see the link between the policy adoption and the adaptation funds, that's useful. But I do think, of course, mobilizing things internationally is really relevant. And one more point that I believe one of the commenters raised was the importance of what I think the UN puts under Article 6, but an opportunity for sort of revenue mobilization around selling offsets effectively to other international partners. So imagine you're like a US Fortune 500 company and you've pledged to be carbon neutral and you can't do it, which is, there's gonna be an awful lot of those, right? They have an incentive to buy more that those transactions are international. I think the more you can take resource a market motive to move from the rich countries to the poor countries. And I think that or the poorer countries. And I think that can be a very useful type of resource mobilization as well. And I know that there are a lot of groups working on the architecture to ensure that those kinds of markets can work well. And I think that's another promising direction that we could take this. And I'd also like to endorse, relative to the adaptation point, the IGC approach of the growth imperative, because I think growth has to come first, particularly for poorer countries, so that they'll have the resources required to enhance productivity, to make them more resilient, and to, you know, build sort of inclusive society. So that absolutely has to come first.
Any just quick, we're very short on time, but a quick comment on the final question about using the tax policy to support adaptation and technology adoption?
Yes, I think there's certainly areas where there needs to be more investment there, and it doesn't necessarily have to be tax policy. Some of it is going to be direct spending, which makes the fiscal capacity issues all the more important. Because typically, I mean, you can have a tax credit for undertaking adaptation types of expenditures. But sometimes it might be even more direct to have a more uniform, simple tax system and then use the resources from that to fund adaptation, as opposed to layering in lots of loops and gizmos within the tax system. Because if you put too many, things in the tax system, things can get kind of complicated and misused at times.
Great. Thanks very much. I hope you'll join me in thanking our panelists for a very stimulating discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the just concluded panel. We will be having a 20-minute coffee and health break. So coffee is available in the back of the room. So please take this opportunity. We will resume at 12:10 for the third session for today, which is session 6, engaging citizens in state building.
For now. Yeah, just.
Somewhere I will put the answer. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin shortly. It is now 12:08, so we will begin. If everyone can return to your tables and your seats, we will begin a session which I'm very keen about. That fine, or you need a couple more seconds? Okay. Good afternoon. And we're ready now for the third session of the day, which is session 6. Something near and dear to me, engaging citizens in state building. And the chair for this session will be Felix Mambo, country economist, IGC Mozambique. Karibu. From a neighboring country, so I'm sure you understand Karibu.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the penultimate session of the International Conference on Tax for Growth. My name is Felix Mambo, and I'm a country economist for IGC Mozambique. Now, I'm very excited to be chairing this session on engaging citizens in state building. While earlier sessions in the conference have focused primarily on tax enforcement and improving tax capacity, this session will mainly focus on the other side of the coin. And this was already alluded in previous sessions, the idea that tax authorities cannot be responsible for enforcing 100% of the revenue collection. But it's also true that there needs to be a credible threat of enforcement, and citizens need to feel the sense of reciprocity and have a social contract with the state. I have 4 presentations. The first presentation will be by Dr. Jamal Musami, the Director of Strategic Research at REPOA. He'll be presenting a project on maybe citizens should pay tax after all. This will be followed immediately by a presentation from Jasmine from University of Wenheim on leveraging religious leaders to increase voluntary compliance. And for both presentations, we'll have Dr. Donald Murari, the Executive Director of REPOA, to give some comments and discuss the presentations. We'll then move to a 10-minute Q&A. And following the Q&A, we'll have another presentation by Priya from the University of Oxford. She'll be presenting evidence from Uganda on public disclosure and tax compliance. The discussions for that presentation will be Robert Nowhere, the Director of Revenue Collection at the Kampala Capital City Authority. And again, we will have another Q&A, which will then help us move to the last presentation by Professor Pedro Vicente from Nova School of Business and Economics. His presentation will be on social compact and citizens' preference for distribution in Mozambique. And I'll be the discussant for that session. And we'll have the last Q&A and then move to the last stage of the panel. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Jamal Musami on stage for his presentation. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Felix. The challenge that we usually have to face for those who are vertically challenged, such as us, maybe when you have to come in after Tola presented. Anyhow, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm loud enough. Don't be alarmed by the different title that you see on the screen as opposed to the one that you have on the timetables. This really is a continuation of a project that began a long time ago. The title that's on the timetables actually reflects a paper that was written all the way back in 2009. So I thought, why not present something a bit more current? A lot has gone on since 2009, and I'm sure my colleagues from the tax community will be quite aggrieved were I to present the original paper as it were back then. So I'm here to present the results of an ongoing, such an ongoing piece of analysis since the survey has only just recently concluded. This time around, the survey still pertains issues in relation to compliance. It still focuses on in this particular phase of the research was actually firms, businesses and enterprises here in Tanzania. So I'm here to talk to you about how taxation affects business development in Tanzania and implications for reforms. But we'll leave the implication side for further discussions. Excellent. So I'll say a little bit about the motivation of this particular research, as well as outline some of the research questions, and then I'll go on and talk a little bit about the survey, and then I'll present the results in brief, and a few discussions on the policy implications, and hopefully that should be able to trigger the subsequent discussion, as well as the review that's going to be provided later on by our colleague, Donald Marim. So you're all familiar with all too often trotted line that private sector development is crucial for development, but also crucially, private sector development does need a little bit of a helping hand, especially from the public sector. And the one way this can actually take place is through fiscal action, and taxation actually features quite heavily on that particular aspect. However, having said that, taxation also can be regressive and in effect end up stifling rather than promoting private sector development. So how can you arrive at a point where we can breach the best of both worlds and possibly mitigate the negative side, the negative effects of a relationship between the private sector and the public sector? What clearly is through conversations on taxation and how best this can be adapted to suit the development of the private sector as it needs, and in essence help foster a more conducive business environment. So specifically, the study that I'm presenting provides insights from cyber businesses regarding their views and experiences as related to taxation in Tanzania. It's a joint work that's currently being conducted by us, Repoa, CMI, the Christian Michelsen Institute in Norway, as well as the Tanzania Chamber of Commerce, Industry, and Agriculture. Specifically for this particular presentation, there are three major questions that I'll be aiming to answer. One, how do businesses see and experience taxation? Two, how do businesses perceive the tax system? And three, how do businesses view VAT reform? And before I dive into the specifics about the particular survey, one major point of departure is actually what drove us to undertake this particular phase of the maybe we should pay taxes after all project. And quite clearly for us, it was just a simple question: compliance rates. Compliance rates across Tanzania are quite low, not just in terms of overall taxation, but also in some of the other types of taxes. For instance, the compliance rates for VAT is 32%. So basically, TRA only getting 32% of what they actually owe to. And that's quite a damning statistic, especially when you take into consideration that VAT collections account for between 35 and 37% of overall tax receipts in Tanzania. So quite clearly, when you're faced with such low efficiencies and low compliance rates, then there's plenty of ground to ponder when you're trying to improve the whole system. So we carried out a survey overall of so we carried a survey of some 957 firms. Dar es Salaam and Arusha as having the vast majority of the firms. We were also quite fortunate in that we carried out the survey right after the introduction of new tax reform, aiming to streamline VAT collections by reducing the number of registered VAT users. This particular reform had actually ended up raising the threshold for VAT registration to 200 million Tanzanian shillings, which is roughly about $40,000. In a way, this also has been quite instrumental in cleaning up the database of registered VAT eligible individuals and companies that to one extent have been quite some of whom have been quite difficult to reach, and hence contributing to the low compliance ratio. In terms of sample size, we had about 44% of all enterprises that we worked with are actually employed in or conducting trade. About 27% in the hospitality business, and about 25% are engaged in manufacturing. And in terms of firm size, we more than half of the firms that we worked with are actually large, and about 38% were medium size, and a measly 7% were small. Don't fail on me. Ah. Shall we jump into the results? So that's a little bit more about the sample that we interrogated. So overall, so on average, the firms that we worked with had a turnover of had an average turnover of 1.79 billion Tanzanian shillings. As I said before, as I've outlined before, most of them were actually large firms, and a lot of them actually sole proprietorships, with just a handful of foreign-owned companies. So in terms of the results, so overall, there's plenty of optimism as far as business enterprises in Tanzania are concerned. However, taxation is still very much being seen as a barrier. Just to give you a little bit of grounding, tax is actually seen as a bit of a constraint when it comes to the realization of business opportunities. There's a high compliance burden for most firms, especially when you take into consideration that when you take into consideration of the number of tax payments that firms have to contend with in any given tax year, and also similarly the number of hours that firms actually end up spending when it comes to preparing and paying for taxes. But in light of everything else, we have at least half of businesses that we interviewed believing that their firm it is quite clear that there's plenty of work that TRA here in Tanzania can do to enhance trust among business people. So how uncertain are business people about taxation? Well, the answer is that people are relatively uncertain about taxation. So they're uncertain about the current tax liabilities as well as the future tax liabilities, and that is having an effect in terms of the tax planning, and also having an effect in terms of how they plan for further investment in as far as developing the business is concerned. So in terms of uncertainty, you have at least 80% of all businesses being fairly uncertain about future demands. And in terms of the uncertainty about the tax liabilities, once again, you have more than 8 out of 10 firms saying that also are facing uncertainty in terms of the tax liabilities. In terms of the effect that taxes constrain the realization of business expectations, so you have about 70% of the surveyed firms reporting that they need to forgo or delay business opportunities simply because they worry so much about taxes. And this particular proportion being relatively higher for smaller firms and manufacturing firms. However, we didn't find any discernible differences between the sexes of the managers reporting such views. However, we, on the basis of the examination, found that paying taxes is as yet not an integral part of the firm's financial planning, which is possibly quite related to the relatively uncertain environment. In terms of knowledge about taxation, one of the reasons why literature says that one of the reasons why compliance rates can be relatively low is because of a lack of understanding about the taxes that one's supposed to be levied on, but also on the other hand, issues in relation to the uncertainty that I've just talked about, they also relate to the amount of the information that is coming out in relation to taxation. So in our case, we had around 3 simple questions that we're asking managers to correspond to in terms of taxation, and 2 of them were in relation to the turnover tax, and the final one was actually in relation to the relative share of corporate income tax that they're supposed to be paying. And unfortunately, this information, this is publicly available information, and it's information that it's information that's also available in the of firms that and had around 55% who was correctly at least one of the 3 questions. So it is safe to conclude that it's basic but insufficient knowledge of taxation rules. And questions on the thresholds to pay turnover taxes or corporate tax or turnover tax rate were not adequately being addressed by the firms. So in terms of the knowledge of taxation rules by firms, so quite clearly you have business people who are from smaller firms having limited information compared to those from larger firms. And in terms of the how does the extent of information relate to the different sexes? So we had the women who are less informed about tax rules than men. And in terms of the amount of time that firms spend to prepare for tax payments, we had on average small and medium enterprises spending at least 4 hours per month on preparing for tax payments, and large firms spending on average of 10 hours a month preparing for tax payments. Given that this particular survey was conducted in late 2023, and prior to this, the available information was actually based on a nationally presented survey that had established that on average, the time taken to prepare and pay for taxes was actually 207 hours for the whole year. So you can actually see that. So you can actually annualize the data that we have. So you can say on average, you have small and medium sized firms spending at least 48 hours a year just paying taxes. So it shows that the number has been coming down a little bit, but having said that, this is still quite large. And but then to contextualize things, you had larger size firms relying on external and professional accounting advice when it came to taxes, 49%, with a few medium-sized firms, 12%, and small firms, 10%, utilizing external advice when it comes to taxes. And in terms of the numbers, so this is just a summary. So we had the vast, so the firms that spend the vast majority of the time paying taxes are actually found in the hospitality industry, wherein they have to pay a total of 59 different taxes and levies to the authorities, and this is quite a high number. And in spite of the reforms that have been made to the tax code in Tanzania, the number still seems to be fairly high in the double digits. In terms of firms that experience penalties, this is also somewhat related to the respective knowledge on taxation. So we had close to 46% of firms having been penalized for tax of The good thing is that still the vast majority of business still believe in paying taxes. So we have 74% that perceive that the majority of business people should be paying taxes as an obligation. This is very much in keeping to the baseline data that we had all the way back in 2009 when we first carried out the exercise. But then this time around, at that particular moment in time, I was actually on citizens. In terms of perceptions about cheating, as I've said before, at least half of the business operators do believe that the colleagues are actually cheating when it comes to taxes. And in terms of perceptions about the tax system, so we have at least half of all businesses perceiving the tax system to be fair rather than unfair, which is quite telling. And I do believe my time is up. So, 2 minutes, excellent. We also inquired about the then recently initiated tax reform, VAT tax reforms. And we had about 65% of businesses naturally saying that they do support the VAT tax reforms. And this is quite telling. It's quite telling in the sense that we, at the very beginning, I showed that the average turnover for the firms that we interviewed was 1.79 billion shillings. And that means that on average, more than a significant proportion of the firms that are included in the sample have actually exceeded the threshold, the newly revised threshold for VAT payments. So so this actually begs, this actually is actually supportive of some of the more finer adjustments that have been made to enabling or simplifying the payment of VAT rather than just the adjustment of the threshold. So, in terms of the policy implications, it has several policy implications, but I'll just be touching upon a few. So I'll talk about the simplification of tax laws, regulations, and tax rates. Obviously, that has been the focus of many of the reforms that have been done to date. And we're already seeing, for instance, with respect to the reforms to the VAT, this is already receiving a considerable amount of support from businesses. From the overall survey that we conducted, there's a need to improve public-private conversations into taxation, not least because of the inherent weaknesses that or the inherent inefficiencies that businesses actually tend to find when they're trying to pay taxes. One of the major inefficiencies is actually the number of different taxes and levies that different firms actually have to pay. I mentioned about the 59 different taxes and levies that firms in the hospitality industry have to pay each year, but also this is having consequences on the amount of time that they spend, as well as financial resources, and also the personnel that they actually that they can actually expend. And naturally, this is having an implication in future investment decisions. So I'll leave that for further discussion, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jamal. I would like to invite Jasmine on stage for her presentation. Yeah.
Okay, while we're waiting for the slides, I'd like to thank the organizer for this opportunity to present my project on religious leaders. This is joint work with Ingrid Holm-Siersen from CMI, and there the slides are coming. And let's see. Yes, and the motivation for this project was basically, as we have heard many times during this conference, that mobilizing domestic revenue is crucial. And one of the reasons for this is that it enables governments to provide public goods. However, in law enforcement settings, this might be difficult. And therefore, in these settings, it's even more important to foster voluntary tax compliance. How can we do this? So one way that governments use to foster this voluntary tax compliance is by providing information about the provision of public goods. So by telling citizens that tax revenue is used to provide public goods, we call this a tax benefits message. And There is, however, little evidence on how this affects voluntary tax compliance, and this study contributes to fill this gap. We have 3 research questions that we are investigating. First and foremost is, does information about tax benefits affect individuals' voluntary tax compliance? The second question we are asking is whether the sender of this information is important, and whether the effects differ if people receive a reminder about previously made tax payments before receiving the information about tax benefits. Information on tax benefits is already this on your way to by tax revenue. Typically, these messages are, of course, provided by the tax authority itself. However, we asked the question whether one could maybe use an alternative sender for these tax benefits messages. And this alternative sender, in our case, are religious leaders. And that's because religious leaders enjoy a high level of trust among the Tanzanian society. And they also often communicate about public affairs during service. One example is an article by The Citizens where bishops take a statement on an important port deal. And we investigate whether those religious leaders are potentially a effective sender of tax benefits messages. We also contribute to various strands of the literature. Voluntary tax compliance and tax evasion games are one of them. We also contribute to the issue of trust and tax compliance, and of course, to literature that is concerned with religion and moral attitudes. This project is a lab experiment among market traders in Dar es Salaam that we did here last year in cooperation with Repoa. So we were very thankful for their support. They made this experiment possible. It wouldn't have been possible without them. And what we did in this experiment is participants were randomized into receiving an information about tax benefits by either a tax official or by a religious sender. And they reminder, the other half did not receive a reminder. So I'm now going to quickly walk you through the instructions of the experiment before coming to the results and the implications. So the information on tax benefits was simply tax payments facilitate provision of important health infrastructure and services. Pay tax, develop our country. So we choose to use a concrete example of public goods, and this is a public good that is used by everyone and is important for everyone, in combination with this very bold reminder. Oh, no, it's fine, thanks. And this is how the information looked like. So what you can see here is an example of a public health service, then this text that I just read to you, and the sender of this information. And the sender of this information, in this case, was the tax official. So it's a man that is dressed in the official colors of the TRA. He also has a stylized logo of the TRA. We also did focus groups to ensure that people know this is a text, or that people read this picture. So it's the same background picture, it's the same man, same facial expression. The only thing that has changed now is that he's now dressed as a religious leader, in this case as a priest. And also in focus groups, we ensured people recognize this is a priest, they do. Of course, our sample was approximately 50-50 distributed between Christian and Muslim. So this picture was endogenous to the religion of the participants. So some people saw a Muslim religious leader. I think no. Okay. Okay, so this was the tax benefits information. As I've said, we additionally reminded half of the sample about previously made tax payments. And we did this by reminding them that there's a levy on mobile money transactions in Tanzania. Mobile money transactions, you use your phone to send money. And this is a feature that market traders use very frequently. So they are most likely affected by this levy. And it just reads, the government of Tanzania introduced this levy, how much it is, and what happens when you send mobile money. So this is the experimental design. It looks a little bit complicated, but it's basically what I just told you. Half of the sample received a reminder, the other half did not receive a reminder. Then we had an additional randomization about this public goods message. So one by the tax official, one by the religious sender. And of course, we also had a control group that did not receive the information. In total, we had 800 participants. And the outcome we are investigating here is the outcome of a so-called tax evasion game. So this tax evasion game provides us with an incentivized experimental measure of voluntary tax compliance. So we're not using administrative data here. We're using an outcome that is produced by our experiment. And the way this works is basically we tell participants you receive an income, and this income is subject to a tax. This tax revenue will go to the tax revenue of Tanzania. And then after this information, participants are asked how much income they received. So they now have the possibility to report anything between 0 and the full amount. So if you report 0, you're basically evading everything. If you report the full amount, you have to pay tax on the full amount. And what is important, you can actually keep the money afterwards. So if you report 0, you can keep everything. If you report a full amount, you keep everything minus the taxes you have to pay. And we measure volunteer had 32 of those sessions, tablets in the lab. The payment, as I've told you, depended on choices they make in the experiment, and they are paid out directly after the experiment. And we ensured that survey and payments were completely anonymous. So there was no way we could identify what people have answered when we gave out the money. Okay. Our sample consisted of market traders. So this is a typical market here in Dar es Salaam. Those market traders were selected randomly based on an official traders list. And almost all participants that we invited participated, and remuneration was at least $12 US. So it was quite high compared to the daily salary of a typical market trader. Okay. A little bit tension before we come. So here are the results. So this is just the overall distribution of compliance. As you can see, compliance was quite low. We only had 20% of participants that reported the full amount, and all the other participants evaded a part of their income. What's interesting here is that most participants decided to evade a large part of the income we gave them, but not everything. So full evasion, so people that really said, no, I did not receive any income, is quite low. But compliance, so the spike of the distribution is clearly at reporting a very low amount of income. And of course, we were then interested how this compliance was affected by our treatments. So whether compliance differed depending on if people have received a tax benefits message before or if people have received a reminder before. This is what you can see here. So when we look at the full sample, that's the green line on top, we can see that the information has no effect at all. But what becomes clear when we split the sample between people that have received a reminder and people that have received no reminder is that if people just received a tax benefits message without being reminded about this mobile money tax, they react in a positive way. So they increase their compliance in response to the information. However, when people have received this reminder before, they react in a negative way. In the sample split, the effect is not significant, but we also do a regression analysis with an interaction effect, and we can see that this negative effect actually is also a significant effect. So tax benefits message increases voluntary tax compliance, but if participants are reminded about previous tax payments, the tax benefits message decreases compliance. So of course, we are now interested in why is this the case? Why did this happen? And our idea is that, or our explanation is to be used for public goods. Not satisfied with the public goods provided, they decrease their compliance in response to reminder and information treatment because they have learned, okay, my past tax payments were not used properly. Properly. To investigate if this is really a case, we used our post questionnaire where we asked people about satisfaction with health services. And we can see that indeed participants with low satisfaction in health services have this reaction to the information treatment. So in the reminded sample, the information decreases their compliance. In the non-reminded sample, the information increases their compliance. And this is really only true for participants with low satisfaction. Participants with high satisfaction do not react to the reminder or to the information treatment. So second question we tried to answer was whether the effect of the information, the sender of the information is important. And here you can see the effects for people that received the information by the religious sender and for people that received the information by the tax official sender. And what you can see here, the religion sender has the exact pattern as when we pool the information treatments together. In the full sample, there's no effect. If people were not reminded about previous tax payments, there is a positive effect of the tax benefits message. And this effect turns negative for people that have been reminded about previous tax payments. What you can also see here that this is only true for the religious sender. So the effects seem to be driven by this sender. We have no significant reactions to the tax benefits message if the sender of the information was a tax official. So the tax benefits information effects are amplified by the religious sender, and we don't see an effect of the tax official. Again, we of course ask the question, why is this the case? And we find that this is due to differential updating in beliefs. So we had a post questionnaire where we asked people who they believe finances public goods. And we see that for first of all, believing that public goods are financed by the government increases voluntary tax compliance, which of course makes sense. And we can also see that the religious sender increases the likelihood of believing that government finances public sender actually leads people to, whereas the information from the tax official does not induce an updating of beliefs. Yeah, so what we can conclude from the study is so far is that information about tax benefits can increase voluntary tax compliance. Our study provides a first indication that religious leaders are likely a more effective sender of those messages. Although we have to be careful since this is a lab experiment and we have not taken this to the field yet, but in our limited lab experiment setting, we can see that the religious leader has a bigger effect. So far, we conclude that policymakers that design information campaigns need to take into account that this information can also backfire. And this is the case if people are reminded about previous tax payments and are not satisfied with the level of public goods provided to them. In this case, they can also react negatively to the information, which is exactly the opposite effect that is intended by such information campaigns. That's it.
Thank you both, Dr. Jamal and Jasmine, for your fascinating presentations. I would like to invite Dr. Donald Murari to the stage for his comments.
Thank you very much, the moderator and the presenters. I think I will make a few comments, some of which cuts across both papers. I think the first one, which we also had since yesterday, is the importance of the predictability of the tax regime to the taxpayers. Firms do factor their profit forecasts, their revenue forecasts, their business forecasts on costs, including taxes. So immediately you change the tax regime from year to year, it can render businesses that were feasible to become non-feasible. Emphasize the importance of stability. If we are to really attract investment, and it's really part of the critical part of the business environment, that discussion that we have been having, we have had over the past few years. And even yesterday, the commissioner spoke about the blueprint for regulatory environment. This is one of the critical areas that the results of these surveys have shown. The second one is the issue of compliance burden. Compliance burden really tends to increase incentives for informalization, for attempts to avoid taxes. And we have seen also in the context of the survey, the tourism, the hospitality sector is most affected by a burden of compliance. But what it does, it also increases costs of business, and it may render these sectors uncompetitive. And I was just looking at the data. I've looked at this data for some time now. And my favorite comparison has been Malaysia. I look at Malaysia, I look at the tourist attractions. What are the tourist attractions in Malaysia? And I was just reading, one of these is the Petronas Towers. Who knows the Petronas Towers in Malaysia? The Petronas Towers were built by Petronas, there is a national oil company, right in the central business district. Here in Dar es Salaam, we have the Central Bank Towers. If I look around here, I see a lot of towers here, but this doesn't, they don't attract tourists. And the number of hotels, Malaysia has so many hotels, and the cost per night is incredibly low when compared to the cost of the hotels in Dar es Salaam, in Tanzania, on average. The number of tourists that went to Malaysia 2023, 20 million tourists. Tanzania, 1.8 million tourists. Tourism receipts in Tanzania, 3.3 billion. Malaysia, $15.1 billion. So you can see the comparison. Look at other attractions. I see here they say Penang bridges. I think we have some attractive bridges here too. Beautiful beaches. Tanzania, Dar es Salaam has long, nice beaches from Tanga all the way to Mtwara and Zanzibar. So the business environment, the regulatory burden can render sectors uncompetitive. And I think from the tax policy point of view, we have to really align this with the business strategies, with the sector development strategies. I think that's a key issue that I wanted to raise here. The third point, I think just as the other surveys have shown, the issue of taxpayer education combined with simplicity of tax compliance increases the compliance rate, increases the likelihood that taxpayers will abide and pay taxes, particularly small firms that don't have expertise, they don't have to rely on, they don't have the resources to hire expertise to be able to comply. I think simplicity the centrality of trust in compliance. TRI has the opportunity now to use the trust, the perceived trust that the taxpayers have, the people have, to try to increase compliance, provided that, of course, the perceived benefits seems to be true, but also the taxpayer education is intensified. My final point, which also the second paper actually clearly shows the importance of the perceived benefit, the actual experienced benefit of taxpayers. Yesterday, I mentioned the concept that I heard from presentations by Paul Collier and Mick Moore about the reciprocal obligation. If taxpayers really sees the benefits, direct benefits of the taxes, they will comply. The case in point here in Tanzania is the property tax. I've had a lot of complaints from my neighbors saying, look, we're asked to pay property taxes, but the roads are not paved. There are no lights, no street lights, no these facilities. So what's the contribution of this property tax in raising the value of this property? So I think this reciprocal obligation is important. The tax authorities, but also the ministries of finance responsible for designing the tax policy has to take into account, particularly in terms of designing effective messages to promote tax compliance. I'll stop here.
So thank you, Dr. Donald, for the insightful comments. I'd like to open the floor for questions and comments from the audience. I'll take 2 questions. So yeah, we have one there. Like there. And yeah.
Right. Thank you very much for very interesting studies that we have presented. I just wanted to make a comment on the second on religiosity, on religious leaders. Very interesting study. But probably, as you said, these are just a lab experiment results, and they would need to be data further in the field. But not only that, probably in Tanzania, the level of religiosity may be quite high compared to other countries. I don't know whether I might want to extend the study to more liberal countries and see whether the findings will be similar. Maybe there's more respect for religious leaders in Tanzania that we find elsewhere, so that we are careful how we generalize the findings that when religious leaders send messages on taxation, people are likely to comply. Maybe it's only applicable in Tanzania, where the respect for and trust for religious leaders is more obvious. And also the first study, it was an interesting finding that in the hospitality sector, it showed that compliance was highest in the hospitality sector, but also in the recommendation, he also recommended for reduction in the compliance costs in the hospitality sector. So I was saying
No, yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentations. I have a question for Jasmine. Very interesting study. These are quick questions. Is there a sense that people understand better about taxation, or so from these religious leaders, or is it just that people say people do what the religious leaders tell them to do? It's very important to distinguish the two possibilities for future effects. And then I was wondering about differences between the Muslim and the Christian samples. Thank you.
Yeah. So can we have one question for Dr. Jamal, the first presentation? One question. If I think I can advance one question, Dr. Jamal, could you please explain why you had a smaller portion of small firms on your sample? I would expect it to be the highest sample size to small firms. Yeah. So those were the questions. Please, Dr. Jamal or Janel, please feel free to answer.
Thank you very much, Felix. In response to your first question, the one on the sample size, this undertaking was done in collaboration with the Tanzania Chamber of Commerce, Industry, and Agriculture. We received the study population from the TCCIA. Unfortunately, the firms that tend to sign up the TCCIA are the ones that already reached a certain threshold when it comes to turnover, and hence the inherent bias in the size of the firms that featured in the particular survey. Secondly, there was a question in relation to compliance costs being already the hospitality industry being highly compliant, and yet us advocating for a reduction in the amount of taxes that are industry. You want to facilitate the best possible and for your elasticity to be as high as possible. So for that to happen, you need to provide a deal that will also enable the industry to grow in as much as possible, while not jeopardizing the capabilities for future growth or enticing new players and actors into the particular industry. So that's the whole essence behind that particular recommendation.
Jasmine, please.
Yes, thanks for the interesting questions. For the first question or comment, for sure, the study was inspired by the Tanzanian context, so we don't know yet whether this would transfer to other countries as well. Might be the case, might not be the case. With respect to the difference between Muslims and Christians, we would have loved to look into this. However, our sample size is just too small to make these comparisons, unfortunately. And whether people just obey to what the religious leader says, sure, this might be a part of the story. What we see is that people actually update their beliefs in response to the religious leaders, so they really change their beliefs. But this does not explain the entire effect. So part of the story is for sure that they just do what their religious leader tells them to do.
Okay.
Yes.
So thank you for the questions and thank you for the presentations. I have a round of applause. Yes. I would like to invite Priya on stage for her presentation.
Hello. Great.
Thank you, Felix. And thank you to the organizers for what's been a really incredible, enlightening set of discussions so far. So while my slides are coming up, my name is Priya Mannering. I'm a DPhil student at the University of Oxford and a former country economist for the IGC Uganda program. And today I'm going to be presenting some work with my colleague Tana Regan, which we've done in collaboration with the Kampala Capital City Authority on public disclosure and tax compliance. There we go. So our project is really motivated by this large and growing challenge that many cities in low-income countries face, which is, let's go back, there we go, which is a challenge of rapidly growing urban populations and limited enforcement capacity, and as a result, quite low tax compliance. So just to give you an example here, this graph shows you property rate compliance rates across a range of cities in sub-Saharan Africa and in South America as well. And 10% of total. So with this in mind, cities in low-income countries are really looking for ways in which they can try to raise tax compliance. And one potential tool for this is public disclosure of tax behavior. So by this, what I mean by this is any kind of policy that makes public information on the tax payment behavior of taxpayers. So that could look like disclosing the non-compliant taxpayers in a city or recognizing the payment that compliant taxpayers have made. This is quite a common tax policy tool, and it's particularly appealing in low-income settings because it's relatively cheap and easy to administer. There are at least 3 different ways in which you might expect these policies to affect tax compliance. So the first is if we think that taxpayers feel some sort of shame associated with being publicly known as a tax delinquent or some sort of pride in being known as a taxpayer, then the promise that that will happen if they pay or don't pay their taxes may affect their tax payment behavior. At the same time, if we think specifically about public disclosure of property tax payments, we might think that being told that your status as a property owner is going to be revealed whether you pay or don't, if you pay or if you don't pay your taxes, that may also affect a taxpayer's motivation to pay. And then finally, of course, if this information is then shared to other taxpayers, receiving a list of or receiving information on compliers or non-compliers in your city may then affect your own willingness to pay property taxes or taxes in general. There is a growing body of literature looking at these kinds of public disclosure policies, but to a large extent, these are focused in high-income countries. And although there is some evidence in Pakistan, for example, there's still some gaps in what we know about these public disclosure schemes. So for example, it's not always clear what is driving the effectiveness when we do see effectiveness of these public disclosure schemes. So is it that people feel this shame, or is there something else driving the effectiveness of public disclosure? Secondly, it's also often not clear what we call the indirect effects are of these public disclosure schemes. So when you then share this information with taxpayers, what happens to their compliance? And finally, it's not always clear how these public disclosure policies compare to other potential tax policies at a government's disposal. So, and all of these questions are really kind of important in thinking about how to design policy effectively. So with that in mind, we seek to answer, in our project, we seek to answer 2 broad sets of questions. The first, quite simply, do these public disclosure policies raise tax compliance in what is a relatively low capacity, low compliance setting? We look at both what we call the direct effects of tax compliance. So this is how do taxpayers respond when they're warned that their tax behavior is going to be made public in the following year? And we also look at indirect effects of public disclosure, i.e. when taxpayers receive information about compliers or non-compliers in the city, how do they then respond? And we compare both of these types of policies to alternative sort of information messages that a city can easily send out to taxpayers. The second type of question that we think about is really what are the results from our experiment tell us about what's motivating taxpayers to pay their taxes? So in particular, we look at whether taxpayers do feel this sort of social cost or some sort of disadvantage when they're known to be a non-complier, a delinquent in a city, and does that motivate motivation to pay taxes? And in order to answer all of these questions, we work with the Kampala Capital City Authority to randomize the rollout of a planned public disclosure scheme. Okay, so for just a very brief word on context. So of course, as I'm sure everyone knows, Kampala is the capital city of Uganda and has a rapidly growing urban population. Property taxes in Kampala are collected by the city authority, Kampala Capital City Authority, and they're levied at 6% of annual rental value of properties. So owner-occupied properties are exempt from this tax. There has been, between 2016 and 2019, there was a massive, large-scale enumeration and valuation of almost all properties in the city. So the tax net was expanded considerably, but there is still relatively limited capacity to enforce tax payment. Okay, so what we can see is that property taxes are an extremely important revenue source for KCCA. So this figure here shows us collected revenue in 2021-22, and we can see that property taxes make up almost half of all own source revenues for the city. But despite that, compliance is still at only around 10%. So only 10% of properties in the city have their annual liability paid. So in this context, of course, the city is looking for ways to try and raise this compliance rate. So in order to to think about the effectiveness of public disclosure, we work with KCCA to roll out a two-phased randomized rollout of public disclosure, where we send out messages to roughly 65,000 tax liable property owners in the city. What we do is we compare the effectiveness of reporting on non-compliant taxpayers with the effect of recognizing compliant taxpayers by looking at different treatments associated with those two possibilities. And we also, as I mentioned, we run this experiment in two different waves. So in the first financial year, we warn taxpayers that their payment behavior will be disclosed to look at what I called those direct effects. And in the second year, we then actually notify all taxpayers about the tax payment behavior of other people to look at indirect effects. Our primary kind of outcome of interest is what happens to tax payment behavior. So for this, we work with KCCA collected administrative data on property level property tax payments, but we also supplement this with two surveys, well, actually now 3 surveys, but so one survey we did before the experiment of roughly 1,000 taxpayers to get a sense of what are the kind of norms in Kampala around property tax payment and non-compliance. And then we also run an endline survey after our experiment to get a better sense of teasing out some of the underlying reasons for the results that we see. And I've just gone back to the field in April to talk to a very small subset of taxpayers to get slightly more in-depth details about some of these mechanisms. Okay, so what does our treatment look like? Basically, so this is what our first year of the experiment looks like. So what happens is 6 weeks before the payment deadline, every property payment. Following this, taxpayers then receive 3 broad types of messages. So one group of taxpayers was randomly selected to receive a control message, which just gives them a simple reminder about the fact that they owe property taxes and the deadline for that. Another group of taxpayers receives one of 2 different types of public disclosure messages. So some taxpayers received a message that said, if you do not pay your taxes, this non-payment will be disclosed to other taxpayers in the city. And a different group of taxpayers receive a message that says, if you do pay your taxes, your contribution is going to be recognized to other citizens. And then finally, we also send out what we call a sort of set of benchmark nudge messages. One is an enforcement message. So this just gives taxpayers information on the means of enforcement KCCA has to apply once a property tax owner does not pay their taxes. Another message, what we call a reciprocity message, similar to what we just heard about, tells taxpayers about the types of public services that property taxes go towards. And then finally, we send out what we call a relationship message, which just gives taxpayers information on a contact person at KCCA that they can reach out to. In the second year, we follow sort of a somewhat similar structure. So every 6 weeks before the property tax deadline, every single taxpayer who has not paid their rates receives that standard notification. And then following that, some randomly selected taxpayers receive a simple reminder message that they owe this tax to pay it within 6 weeks, whilst other taxpayers receive one of two broad types of public dissemination messages. So some taxpayers receive a list, an SMS message with a list of non-compliers in the city, whilst others receive a list of compliant taxpayers in the city. And then there's a small group of taxpayers who also receive specifically a list of not just compliers, but compliers who paid a very large amount. Okay, so thinking about what the results of our experiment were, the first thing to note is that we do find that properties whose owners were warned that if they do not pay, they will be reported on. These properties do see an increase in compliance. So interpreting this graph, if we think of the red dotted line as a point at which our messages didn't have any effect on compliance, what we can see is that there is those properties whose owners receive absolute terms, it's not a huge amount in terms of a jump in compliance. But when we think about the fact that our control group only had a 3.4 percentage point percentage compliance, this is actually a 17% increase on the control group. Interestingly enough, and something we weren't really expecting, was that actually when taxpayers receive these recognition messages, which tell them if you do pay your taxes, you'll be publicly recognized, not only does that doesn't not only not have an effect, that actually has a negative effect, which is almost as large as the in magnitude as the positive reporting effect. So taxpayers seem to not respond by reducing their compliance when they are promised recognition. And then finally, the key kind of third message from our direct effects is that simply sending out a message to taxpayers just with information about the enforcement measures KCCA can implement, that actually seems to be much more effective than these public disclosure policies. So it's more than twice as effective in raising compliance as the reporting message that we sent out. So, of course, one of the questions that came to mind when we were looking at these results was, why is it that taxpayers increase their compliance in response to the threat of reporting, but reduce their compliance when promised recognition? Because you might think that if taxpayers think that tax payment is a good thing, you would expect both of these types of policies to increase compliance. And what we really think is going on here is that, particularly when we're talking about property taxes, the promise or the threat of public disclosure is not just providing the public with information about a taxpayer's payment behavior, it's also telling the public about whether you're an owner of property in the first place. And so really what we think is happening here is, and that knowledge of being an owner, it could be a good thing that could enhance your security of your tenure, but equally it could be a bad thing for a taxpayer. It could encourage your friends and family to start asking you for financial favors or attract some sort of security concerns. And really what our empirical results seem to be consistent with is a world in which there is a very strong cost to your privacy being, there's a very strong desire for privacy in this context, and there's not really any shame associated with being known as a delinquent. This is something that comes out of a model that I won't go into too much detail on, but is also validated by some of our evidence from both our baseline survey and our 2 endline surveys. So really what effect, we find, perhaps not unsurprisingly, that receiving a list of non-compliers in your city does actually reduce taxpayers' compliance themselves. But interestingly enough, we see almost the exact same effect from seeing a list of compliers in the city. So again, we found this quite surprising, and we wondered, why is it that both receiving a list of compliers and delinquents reduces a taxpayer's compliance? And really what we think is happening here is that you could think of one message as a sort of positively framed message and one as a negatively framed message. But what seems to be happening is receiving either of these types of lists is causing taxpayers to revise their own beliefs of compliance downwards towards the truth. So it's important, I think in this context, it's really important to note that as I mentioned at the beginning that citywide compliance is around 10%, but in that context, taxpayers are actually substantially optimistic. They actually, when we asked taxpayers in our baseline, they actually thought that around, just under 50% of taxpayers were paying their taxes. And what we hear from our end-of-line survey is that those taxpayers who received either of these types of lists are revising their beliefs downwards about the compliance rate in the city. And in particular, they're revising their beliefs downwards about the most expensive properties in the city. So really what we're finding here is that those taxpayers receive these lists, they reduce their beliefs about what's happening about other people's payment behavior in the city. And as a result, they then reduce their own propensity to pay their taxes. Okay, so just before I wrap up, just taking a step back from public disclosure, we also kind of use the opportunity. So as I mentioned, in our experiment, every single taxpayer who hadn't paid their rates received some sort of message. So it's not, but what we can do is we can look at tax payment behavior before and after we started sending out those messages, even just amongst those taxpayers who received the control message. And that's what this graph is showing here. So basically, hopefully you can kind of see that the black dots refer to kind of payment behavior of taxpayers in the year that we started sending out these messages. And the gray dots refer to the same time of the year, but the following year when we weren't sending out these messages. And so really what we can see is that, and the red dotted line is the point which we started sending out our messages. And you can see that what's happening is that we see a big jump in payment behavior, specifically in the year we send out these messages and only after we start sending out the messages. So we do a kind of difference in difference analysis here to suggest that just sending out these control messages seems to result in a more than 300% increase in compliance in the city. Just if we were to think about a kind of cost benefit analysis here, we find that there's an increase in payments that makes so we sent out a lot of messages because we sent out these messages in both English and Luganda, and we sent them out 3 different times to every taxpayer. But even with all of that in mind, you still get a 350% in return on investment in terms of just sending out these control messages. So clearly there's some sort of first order information issues also at play here, where taxpayers, in our baseline survey, we found lots of taxpayers, for example, just didn't know what the deadline was for property tax payment. The promise of recognition reduces it, but both of these only by very small magnitudes. And this seems to be driven by taxpayers having a strong desire to keep their ownership private. We find that both, in terms of indirect effects, we find that both reporting and recognition reduce compliance. And this seems to be this is being driven by taxpayers lowering their own beliefs about compliance in the city. So then on policy implications, we can see that SMS messages do seem to be playing an important role in reminding taxpayers to pay and raising compliance. But in context similar to this one, we would advise against implementing these types of public disclosure policies. And I'm happy to talk about kind of what might be going on in this context that means that shame costs are so low, but I'll leave that for the Q&A. Yeah, so then finally, just it seems like in this context, simple enforcement messages are far more effective at raising compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya, for the interesting presentation. I would like to invite Dr. Robert Noer on stage for his comments.
Distinguished participants, all protocol observed. I want to take this opportunity, first of all, thank the IGC for their strong partnership with Uganda, particularly by offering us research support in key areas of revenue administration, but also for organizing and inviting us to this very important conference. Thank you so much. In the same vein, I want to thank you so much for this very informative and insightful study into this very important area of whether public disclosure influences tax compliance, particularly in the area of property tax, for us which we refer to as property rates. The findings of your study are certainly very important, though not surprising to some of us. One of the fundamental questions that your research sought to answer is whether taxpayers expect to face social sanctions if it is known that they do not pay taxes, or expect social gains when they are seen as being compliant. One needs to understand the cultural values and beliefs in our society in order to appreciate why public disclosure of taxpayer behaviors may have very little influence on tax compliance, like your study established. Our society tends to glorify and approve of deviant behavior. Unfortunately, the citizens in a number of our developing countries tend to look at their governments rather suspiciously. They are skeptical about several government schemes and tend to approve of those who find ways around in not paying taxes. That is our cultural setup. It's also important to recognize that several property owners in our society acquire those properties through dubious means. Such people will not want to be known as having those properties and will therefore detest any public disclosure that reveals their property status. In our society, people tend to respect those who are wealthy without paying regard to how they acquired their wealth. A number of those who have properties and therefore are eligible to paying property rates or property taxes tend to be kind of arrogant because of their wealth and status in our societies. They tend not to care much about what other people in society think or say about them. Therefore, public disclosure about them or others will not concern or bother them that much. In your research findings, you established that reminders made taxpayers about how their tax payments contribute to service delivery was not being taken seriously. This again is often rendered by our governments and what the citizens expect. When they see roads riddled with potholes, unlit streets, poor solid waste management by the municipalities or state authorities, such reminders are rendered to be of little consequence. Citizens will not be persuaded by those messages contained in those reminders. Regarding messages reminding taxpayers about tax authorities relationship managers, which again I saw in your research finding, reminding them about their telephone contacts and asking them to call in case of any concerns. Those messages may at times not be taken seriously by the taxpayers, because some of the relationship managers, our relationship managers, do not take their roles seriously. They do not pick the phone calls made by by the taxpayers to them. When they miss calls, some of them do not bother to return those missed calls. Or when they do, some of them exhibit limited understanding about taxes, even less than the taxpayers themselves do. Therefore, the taxpayers do not feel like they will gain much from making calls to such relationship managers. That is my understanding. Besides, because of the relationship managers' inadequate, I'm about to end, inadequate client care skills, they do not package their messages to the taxpayers in an appealing way. And therefore, the taxpayers end up resenting the idea of relationship managers. As I conclude, given the above situations, enhancement of taxpayer compliance in our society may require multi-pronged initiatives combined with the aspect of public disclosure, which you researched into, to include such compliance measures as, one, strong enforcement systems, and I think this one you also alluded to it, and measures against non-compliant taxpayers. Under this, there should be strong penalty regimes in our revenue-related laws, and probably have strong audit functions in place. Two, tax administrations need to adopt a service-oriented attitude towards taxpayers by, among others, ensuring that taxpayers for tax administrations need to simplify the tax administration processes. Cumbersome processes usually tend to discourage compliance. 5, adequate tax dispute resolution mechanisms need to be put in place. 6, there should be adequate involvement of taxpayers in key tax administration decisions. 7, tax administrations should adhere to the primary principles of taxation, such as equity, objectivity, and convenience. Otherwise, we want to thank you again for your research. Your research findings are going to be very useful in helping us to focus our limited resources on those compliance measures that are likely to give us the highest revenue returns. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robert Noer. I would like to open the panel, the session for questions and comments on the presentation. So please raise your hand if you have any questions. Professor Anders.
Thank you. Thanks, Priya. That was a very interesting and surprising set of results in some ways. I was just wondering if for interpreting the indirect effects and the negative effect of the delinquent, sort of seeing other delinquents, I was wondering if there wasn't, if we carried through this interpretation of privacy from the direct results, would that not go in the opposite direction? So when I see other delinquents, I'm now, my awareness about me not paying becomes heightened. So I was just wondering if your interpretation is that it's actually a combination of privacy, which is also still present in the indirect effects, but it's countered by this larger impact that comes through updating beliefs.
More questions? Please raise your hand if you have any questions. I don't see any hands. Pia, please go ahead and answer this one. We'll take another round.
Sure. Okay, great. So, well, first, before I even answer Anza's great question, let me just echo a couple of things. Thank you. Where is Robert? There he is. Thank you so much. I think you kind of filled in all of the much more important context around this project and really kind of useful ways forward from what we studied. And just to echo a couple of things and maybe fill in some gaps from what I said, I completely agree that that in this particular context, there's a large amount of sort of suspicion, and there's from what we've seen from our surveys, there seems to be much work that can be done to improve the relationship between the city authority and citizens. And I would also say that what we seem to be seeing is this dissatisfaction with public services and an overall low level of compliance. All of these things are probably contributing to the fact that there's not that much shame associated with being a delinquent. And in our Endline survey, in fact, we asked taxpayers what they thought about the moral implications of not paying. You can kind of see that people do feel the kind of moral obligation, but they see all the reasons why people may not be able to pay their taxes. And I would just on one point that you mentioned in terms of strengthening enforcement laws, I would just say that there may be some role for that, but to me, the biggest gap that I can see is the kind of capacity to enforce any laws and also to legally resolve issues that come up. It seems like human resources and financial resources of enforcement and legal resolution seem to be a big issue there. On Anders' question, so I think if I understand, basically the privacy costs that we're seeing, people don't seem to be as the primary privacy cost that we're seeing is around people wanting to keep their ownership status private. So finding out about other people who are delinquents, I'm not entirely, it's not that that's I think that the one thing that we had thought of, so the one thing we had thought of was that maybe people seeing these lists might think, oh, KCCA is infringing on people's right to privacy, and that may negatively affect their compliance. We don't see that when we ask about that in the Endline, we don't see that result. But maybe I'm misunderstanding exactly how it would be that it would increase compliance if we saw.
So if I didn't know about the possibility that being a delinquent means that I get publicly reported, and then as you show me a list of other delinquents, it brings to my mind that, oh, I should increase my compliance because I don't want to be put on that list in the same way that the direct effect is. So it's kind of like whether you threaten me or whether you show other people who have been caught out, like in either way, in either case, you would expect the privacy to kick in. That's the idea.
Sorry, just to very quickly respond on that. So that makes perfect sense. We did ask taxpayers about whether they believed that they would be reported on in the next year, so what would be the third year. We didn't see any significant impacts of our treatments on that, so it suggests that that's not what's driving this result, but I think it would have been a plausible channel. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So since we have no more questions, I would like to thank both the presenter and the discussant for the interesting insight, as well as thank you for the questions. If we could have a round of applause. And I would like to invite Pedro for the final presentation. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm going to talk about Mozambique, but I would like to give a little bit of background first. So the IGC has a very encompassing agenda starting for taxation in Mozambique. I'm going to talk about Quelimane, which is a coastal city in central Mozambique, but There is also work happening in which was actually so this full agenda is relating to different topics: integration of migrants, prevention of floods, waste management. But taxation was actually the topic that raised most attention from the mayor. And the mayor immediately made himself available to be actually a co-author of the paper, of the work. So I'm going to talk a little bit on his behalf. This is also work joined with Wayne Sandholt at Nova as well. So I'm going to tell you something that is really beginning. So I hope this is going to be a larger project in the future. But I wanted to tell you a little bit about the story here. So we started by conducting a survey in the city of Quelimane to try to understand what is going on. So basically that's it. I'm going to talk about that survey. I'm going to talk about a survey experiment that we embedded in that survey. It's going to talk about public goods and tax morale, that survey experiment. So I'm going to give some results about that. But we realized after the survey that actually one of the main bottlenecks in Quelimane is about property titles. So it's very difficult to tax without titles, and that is it's the setting that we have here. It's basically a setting without titles, or with very small number of titles. So I'm going to talk a little bit about titles, and this is ongoing work. So I'm not going to give you final results on that, but I hope to raise some attention for the future. Okay, so just a little bit of motivation for the main results that I'm going to show. So, so this idea of the social compact, this virtuous cycle of citizens paying taxes so that governments can provide public goods and services. This idea is of course very central. We have seen it. We have seen research on that today in the morning. And just a brief view of the literature. So, so sometimes we get the sense that it's not fully rational what how people think about taxation. So there is a number of works that have not found a clear relationship with the costs and benefits evidence that actually providing goods can help. And this is work in Argentina, Haiti. So it's basically Latin America. And basically they found that it seems that providing public goods matters. Now, what I'm going to talk about is really about the communication of these public goods. So it's not really about showing that the public goods are actually being provided, but it's about telling people about these public goods. And there, the evidence is a little bit more mixed. It's also important to think about, of course, whether this is politically incentive compatible. There is just a few results on that, not many. So I'm going to talk about an information experiment. Does information about public goods affect tax morale? I'm going to spend most of the time there. And then I'm going to tell you about what we are doing in terms of title. So just a quick picture about revenue sources in Climane. As you can see, taxes are a very minor part of these, about on average around 3 million euros budget in a city like Climane, a 500,000 people city in Mozambique. So taxes are a very, very small part there. So there is quite a bit coming from the central government. But really, that's the main source of funding. Of course, in terms of jurisdiction here in Climane, the municipality has jurisdiction over basic infrastructure like roads, drainage, sanitation. It doesn't have jurisdiction about many other public goods. It's important to mention that this is a municipality governed by the opposition party, which in Climane, which in Mozambique is very uncommon. So the big majority of municipalities are governed by the ruling party, and there may be a bit more problems about access to central funds because of this. So in our survey, we looked at the whole of the city. We randomly drew 222 blocks, close to 1,000 properties. And we asked about tax morale and knowledge about taxes. We asked about formal titles. We asked about the provision of public goods, of public about later. A bit of data on our sample. I'd like to flag that people have documents, but these are not really titles in the full sense. So we have 55% of people having some documents, but then only 26% have heard about the property tax in Mozambique. Only 8% have had their property ever assessed for this tax. However, there is this positive view about how the government uses these taxes, and actually they close to 60% say it's well used. At the same time, there is this sense that people prefer higher taxes and better services. So close to 70%, a large majority, goes in that direction. But of course, there is also some complaints about the provision of these public services. So, so what we have in terms of survey experiment is a very simple design, in which we have two treatments. It's a 2x2 design, and the control group had information about property tax rates and municipal budgets, simple information. And there were two conditions, two treatments. So one treatment was about the social contract. Basically, people were given a list of streets paved and repaired, drainage ditches, library, school, a market, etc. Public goods relating to sanitation as well. We wanted to, because this is an opposition municipality in Mozambique, we were, and the mayor is also quite aware of this possibility that it could be motivation for paying taxes, that of course taxes are a source of autonomy for in the case of this city, for all cities of course, but also because of this opposition holding of the political power in Liman. So the other treatment was relating to the autonomy of the municipality. So pay taxes because paying taxes is important because that's a way to safeguard our autonomy. And of course, with the autonomy comes possibly better expenses for public good provision. In each condition, 65% of respondents said the information taught them something new. I'm not sure I can show the photo. Let me see if I... which autonomy. Okay, sorry. So what's the information that we collected in terms of outcomes? So we look at, of course, it's very important to look at self-reported measures of whether people are likely to pay property taxes if they are assessed. Because there is this political aspect, we are also interested in understanding what are the views about the mayor and the government and the incumbent party, satisfaction with different levels of government. And then we also had behavioral activity, which is a standard public goods game, which is basically meant to assess whether people are more interested to contribute to public goods implicitly through taxation. So what we find? We find that the message on the public goods actually matters in terms of likely to pay taxes. This is an increase of 9 percentage points. We also find an increase in the contribution in the public good, in the public goods game, of people investing in the public goods, but close to 9 percentage points as well. We don't find anything with respect to the amount. Now, interestingly, we don't find anything with respect to the local autonomy treatment. We don't find anything significant there. And in fact, it erases when the message is joint, when the two messages are together, this treatment erases the impact of the public good message. We also find that the impacts are of the public goods message is the impact is particularly important for those places that have the least public goods provision. This is measured through an index of relating to different garbage collection, drainage, and road construction. So we see that it's when it's very low the provision of public goods that this message matters most. Now, looking at the more political aspect, we also see the same picture. So we see some improvements in satisfaction with different levels of government of the public goods message, but we don't see anything with respect to the most obvious one, the political message. And actually, again, there is a negative interaction. Now, so just a note on what we are doing now. So this is based, what I showed until now was basically a summary of what we took out of the survey, we implemented to understand the context as much as possible and to start our research on taxation in Climane. But there is this sense that for taxation, and they don't speak to each other. So our sense from the first day was, well, we need to make them speak to each other. It's essential if we want to work on taxation. We need to work with property. And so what I can tell you is that indeed there is a correlation, a clear correlation between having titles and paying taxes. There is also a correlation between paying taxes and other beliefs and basically beliefs about the property tax rate, whether people think it's easy to know how to pay, and beliefs about the payments of the neighbors. So there is relationships there, but it's clear the relationship with having a property document is very important. We also see the same, but only for property document, having a property document. We also see the same when we look at investing in public goods, in the public goods scheme. So it seems this is indicative that it's everything is leading in the direction of it's really important to think about property titles first. And so what we are doing is right now is with the Department of Urban Planning in the municipality. We have conducted a census of those two neighborhoods, a complete census of those two neighborhoods, of all the properties there. And of course, we have to solve lots of problems with the DPU because the DPU is under an urban planning prescription, and it had to be verified. At the same time, we had to understand who were the owners of these properties. So it was a very complicated exercise that part is done. And now we are allocating the titles. One thing I wanted to do unfortunately, I was not able to see the mayor, but it was to make sure I remind him to sign the additional titles that were just formulated last week. So we are going to follow the random allocation of titles. Some of them were already given in these two municipalities. This is quasi done, basically. So of course, that was a lot of work in the last year or so in terms of getting these properties very well documented and very well registered. I'm going to jump this one. So, as I said, treatment is in the field, titles currently being allocated. What's the plan here? The plan is that we go to the field very soon with a survey to try to understand the first reactions to these titles, namely in terms of investment intentions, some aspects talking about, tax morale, etc. But then what we are really interested is on the longer term follow-up, which hopefully is going to be after we give a lot of capacity to the taxation division of the municipality, linking with the work done with the property division. So just to summarize, communication about public good provision can increase tax morale. That's what we find very clearly in the survey experiment we conducted. So if there is a little bit of mixed results, we are on the side that it seems to matter. Political messaging about public goods actually can backfire. That's what we find also in the same context. And then formal titles may affect tax compliance and, of course, civic attitudes. And we are going to be very interested in measuring that in the next year or so. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pedro. So with your permission, I will pass on to discuss this presentation. I would like to first start off by giving my version of a context, at least in terms of Mozambique cities and municipalities. So essentially, Mozambique is currently experiencing rapid urbanization, which is driven by rural migration and other factors such related to insecurity and climate change. And this might be a problem because we're seeing Mozambique urban population growth at a rate maybe above the municipality's capacity to absorb, which means that there's more likelihood of pollution, more increase in crime rates, a strain on public service provision, which makes these projects and projects like the one presented here more relevant and urgent to find ways of supporting the municipality ability to increase financial capacity and autonomy. And as you know, this could be done by expanding the municipal tax base and improving efficiency and effectiveness of tax collection. So specifically to this project, we have, as Pedro mentioned, we're working with several municipalities and they're exploring different ways of actually doing, increasing their tax base and financial capacity. Some are approaching it through the introduction of a new digital tax payment system, while others are focusing more on consolidating existing tax base. And we believe that both are essential to ensure fiscal autonomy as well as promote sustainable development. And as the project Pedro presented, proposes 3 different strategies to enhance municipal tax collection. The first was the first one I noted was transparent communication, and then incentivizing compliance, while the third is related to formalizing property rights. Being transparent about where about public good provisions seems to be something municipalities could do. But I noted down a few or 2 or 3 notes I think are relevant to consider. First is related to information provision. It was discussed in previous presentations. Information provision at a local and national level. My sense is that at the local level with municipalities, it might be easier to associate the public goods to a certain person or party, as it might be the case that there's a bit more, the citizen might be a bit closer to the local government authorities. But I also understood that it might still be relevant at the national level to have, for example, transparent communication of public goods provision. As Pedro did not discuss this, but the idea that this increase in tax morale would also reflect in national taxes. And then we have another point related to citizen trust in political dynamics. It might be that in this case, there's a increased trust in government, or the trust in government might be relevant for the effects we saw. So it would be interesting to see it, the same experiment being done in other municipalities. And another good link that Predu suggested is the idea that better local properties data might help promote compliance and enforcement, not just at the local level, but also at the central government level. Yeah, thank you. That's all. So I'll now move to like the Q&A. If you have any questions or comments, please raise your hand. Yes, Professor Nada. No. Yeah.
So do I go first?
Yeah, you can go first. Please.
Okay. So, a couple of questions. One is, it was striking that in the first experiment, the demographics showed something like 60% were female. So I was wondering how you would interpret the results. Are they owners of these properties? Or is there something else going on? And then the question of focusing on land titles. It seems that that could be interpreted as I have ownership now, and I'm vested in this property, so I'm more willing to pay for public goods that improve the quality of life around my property. But it could also be an issue of the government now has information that I own this property, and so enforcement is more likely. So how do you distinguish, in that case, tax morale from concerns about enforcement? And then the last question is seems to me that the first order issue here is improving tax capacity as opposed to tax morale. So I was wondering why you decided to go with the tax morale as the primary concern.
Yes. Yes, Jonathan?
Just because it's related to Nada's question, let me just add a sort of rider on that. Was when I was speaking with the mayor yesterday here, he mentioned that Tulumani is in the part of Mozambique that is very matriarchal, and that there's quite a sharp division between that and the south, where the culture is decidedly patriarchal. And so the work in municipalities might help sort of unpack some of those issues.
Very much for those comments. On the women, many of these titles are being given to couples. So it's not just one of them that has the title, is actually the couple that has the title. So that's what we have been, that was part of all of these work that we have been doing in terms of getting the census in these two neighborhoods done. There is lots of couples having titles now. At the same time, I guess there is a simple answer for us having lots of women answering in the first survey. They were at home, and there is probably a bias relating to that. But I'd like to mention that there is lots of women with titles in this context, which could be related to Jonathan's point as well, that indeed there is an emphasis on women. There is women empowerment here. Then in terms of I'm not sure I understood 100% the comment, but so there is an aspect of trust, but there is, and of course, of tax morale, but there is an aspect of enforcement. So the titles enable the state to enforce. We are not going, I totally see the point that these two mechanisms could be at play here. What we are going to do is to try to measure both of them as well as possible through survey questions in the future. But it's an important point to try to distinguish these two possible reactions to the titles. Yeah, more to come on that. Thank you.
Yes. So I don't have any more questions up. So I'd like to thank the presenter, Pedro, for the work he showed us. And I'd like to thank the audience for the participation and the questions. Could I have a round of applause before I close? So at least one of the I noted whether both enforcement and quasi-voluntary compliance are necessary to build capacity and to collect sufficient revenue to fund sustainable growth. And with this, I would like to invite everyone for lunch at the Barra de Grill restaurant in the hotel. And then after the lunch, we'll come back for the last session. Yeah, thank you.
A round of applause for Alex as the chair. Just to add on, lunch is 45 minutes and we'll reconvene at 3 o'clock. Okay, so we have 45 minutes, same place that lunch was held yesterday. For those who were not here yesterday, please try to tag along with someone who was here yesterday. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We should be beginning our final session shortly. May I request that everyone take their seats? Please, ushers, please assist in bringing people in. Ushers, can you please assist in rounding people from the corridor? May I have your attention, please? So the stage is set for our last, but definitely not least, panel discussion focusing on the experimentation and by doing. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch and everyone is still very attentive for this, what we would hope to be a very insightful discussion. May I take this opportunity to welcome the chair of this panel discussion, Mr. Masanga Fimbo from TRA, and he will introduce his panel. Karibu sana, Masanga.
Yes, good afternoon to you all. I hope you are enjoying your time here in Tanzania and you all have had a very wonderful lunch. As introduced, my name is Masaga Fimbo. I'm the manager for research and innovation at the Tanzania Revenue Authority, and I'll be the chair of our last panel discussion in this workshop. It's an honor to be given this opportunity. And the panel discussion is about experimenting and learning by doing. And I know, given from the presentations which were given just before we break for lunch, most of the presentation were basing on the different experimentations which were done at various areas to see how taxpayers or people react to different initiatives which have been undertaken. So in terms of the experimentation, myself, I have a little bit of experience on that area because at the Tanzania Revenue Authority, not only am I as enhancement of taxpayers' compliance through the adoption of behavioral science approaches, where we test different experimental methods to see what works and what incentivize taxpayers to comply more to tax laws without incurring further additional costs to the government. And I'm also the project manager for the project titled Automation of the Block Management System through the Geographical Information System, whereby we want to utilize the technology of the Geographical Information System to identify the location of the taxpayers so that we make it easier for follow-up and enforcement. So without further ado, let me welcome my panels. And I think when I mention they can come so that they can join me here, starting with Dr. Ephraim Day from the Research and Planning Department at the Tanzania Revenue Authority, our host. Please, a hand of clap for him. Next is Professor Nada Issa, Associate Professor of Public Policy at Georgetown University. A clap of hands for her, please. And we have Professor Anders Jensen. He's the Associate Professor of Public Policy at Harvard University. And finally, our very own Dr. Katera, Head of Collaboration at the REPOA. First of all, let me say how wonderful it is for you to join me in this panel. So I'll be asking some questions, starting with the director there. Director, what are some of the successful policy experiments or pilot that have been conducted at the Tanzania Revenue Authority? And what lessons have been learned from this experience? Welcome, Dave.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, Moderator, and thank you for accepting me to join in this panel, our discussion. First of all, actually, the question is very good, and it is what we have started from day one when we are here. Doing what we are doing here, is almost what I'm going to say about the TRA, what we are doing. Actually, in creating an environment for experimental and innovation researchers, TRA is doing a lot, and the TRA is taking as an important aspect, especially in advising the government, but particularly TRA management on how we can broaden our tax base and ensure efficient tax and effective tax administration. Actually, is what we are doing. I will just take a few of them that the current one, the current experimental study, what we did in the recent is on the pilot study on pilot study in lottery. So we did an experiment in lottery. There was a challenge in the, and it is a challenge actually, in the use of electronic physical device machines, EFDs. So we did a big study, and among the results that we found is that we have a lot of education in the suppliers, means the business, those who are using those machines, those who are providing those receipts. But we found that at the back here, customers who are going to purchase in those suppliers' goods, there is a challenge that they don't have a habit, they don't have any appetite to demand a receipt. So we educate this side, but this side, when someone going to the shop, he don't have any motivation of demanding this EFD receipt. So we find that there is a problem in the custom side. And this study we did, and we decided that maybe we take an experiment to see on what we can do to motivate, to persuade these customers to demand a receipt when they go to purchase. So we did this experiment on a lottery, but we did in a small area, just a pilot, so that before we go in a broad or a nationwide, we did a pilot to see what will be the result. So this is one of very interesting experiment that we did, and it gave us a good result that when we have, because we controlled the other area and we treated a small area to see what will happen in that area. And we did it in Dar es Salaam. After the experiment, we found that we had gifts. That's why we find that I asked when we had some of the presentation, I asked someone, what did you feel when the price, what was the feeling of the taxpayers or the community on the prices we were pricing we were giving. So we had a small prizes to these who participating in this lottery. We had a small prize and we were giving weekly and monthly. We had a such, and we found that there is increase in a big number of people who were demanding receipts when they were purchasing so that they can get increase in VAT revenue collection. So we say yes, the experiment has proved that if we do something to customers, now moving from the suppliers of goods, we can improve especially collection on VAT. And the government took it. After that, when we presented the result, the government said, wow, now we can support you and you can do at the national wide. So we expect to do a big one at the national level in starting July 2024, 25 to do a big thing now after that experience. So it is well informed, it has informed us before we make a decision of what we are going to do at a large perspective. We saw the challenges and how we can improve when we are doing a big thing. That is one that we are doing, and it gave us a such mileage. Another one I can say is the we did on data-driven application enhancing compliance in the use of AFD. We have a challenge in the use of AFD. So we, TRA, in collaboration with the IGC, we thought, what can we do as a tax administration to ensure that we have information of these taxpayers? We can do a follow-up. That's something that can help us. Someone is sitting in the office to see what is going on in those machines that are used by suppliers or taxpayers there. So we had this experiment that we did in collaboration with the British High Commission Embassy through the IGC, and we created a dashboard in our system, in our EFD systems. That dashboard, one can follow up each machine is time in a real time. So, and we find that this is good because now we can say this machine is working now, this machine is not working, and you can follow up, for example, the taxpayer, that why this owner of this machine do not provide research is a question. Maybe there is no customer, but why the machine from morning up to evening doesn't work? So we can follow. So this dashboard helps us as a tax officers to follow up each machine what is doing there. So this is another area we also think that it can help us in following up and ensuring that there is good use of this EFD machine. Another one, I can just mention the third one, just a few of them that we are doing currently. We have enhancing voluntary tax payment to presumptive taxpayer. This one also we did in collaboration with the University of Dar es Salaam, and is some sort of sure that the taxpayers are informed that we know them, that We are sitting here, but we know what they are doing, what they are doing there. So we did this experiment, and we were sending different messages that have different messages to taxpayer, to our taxpayers. There is a hash message that if you don't pay, is someone hash, some message moderate, and someone politely message. And we were trying to see which message when these taxpayer get our taxpayers get, what message they react immediately. So we had different messages, but trying to see what later on we were trying to see the impact of each message we were sending to these taxpayers. And we realized that really this has worked to us, and it gave a lot of mileage. Taxpayers were responding differently depending on the message that we were giving them, we were sending to them. And this made us to make a decision as management to create to introduce a big project now. What my colleague here was saying, that this is the project that we determine the behavior of our taxpayers, behavioral science, and their compliance. So now this is a big project after doing those experiments. So I can just say these few projects that we are doing, but we did a lot of experimental studies that has made us to make a decision of the way we can improve more on the tax administration issues. Thank you very much, Chair. I can end here.
Thank you very much, Director Mdee. Key takeaway from your explanation is that most of the decisions which have been adopted by the government and the management of TRA are driven mostly by the research-based evidence from the experimentations which are being conducted from the authority. Thank you very much for that. I'll come back to you later. Professor Nada, what are the main drivers and determinants of successful policy experimentations and learning in context of tax policy and administrative reforms? And how do these factors vary across different countries and different contexts?
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that question. So I think we just heard a couple of examples of experiments that are successful, right? So the lottery scheme, for example, that was piloted first in Dar es Salaam and then is now being expanded to the whole country. So this is a little bit of a kind of a challenging question in the sense that there may be multiple goals for any given experiment. So ultimately, we all think of these experiments as being driven by developing policy evidence for policy making. But along the way, you can imagine that there are multiple actors with different interests and different goals. So I think that it's important to think about this in terms of who the actors are. So from the revenue agency, I think, and its engagement with academics, at least, I think the first order issue is to have a clear question, the clarity of the question and relevance of the question to policy. That is not something that researchers or academics can come in with. That's something that has to be developed in collaboration with the policymakers. So I think that sort of engagement, that to kind of define a set of goals and questions that are important would be a kind of a first order element. And then, sorry, and then I think once, I'm sorry. Okay, so given a kind of a policy question, then there are kind of logistical issues about how to conduct an experiment. I think an important element there is flexibility. Conditions on the ground change, and we have to be open to either adjusting our kind of questions or our approaches. So one example, we started talking to URA, I would say maybe 8 years ago, about electronic fiscal devices. At the time, they were physical machines that were used by VAT firms. And one of the issues was how do we get evaluated, but now it's a different thing. Now it's no longer physical machines. It's basically software. It's a platform, right? So that can change the way that you approach the experiment. I think that in taxation, perhaps more than in any other field in public finance, you need trust for these experiments to work. And trust takes time. It takes presence, continuous presence and engagement. And I think in that sense, the model that URA the model that IGC has been really critical. I mentioned yesterday that if this kind of conversation and dialogue 20 years ago would not have happened. But because of the research that's been done over the last 20 years, the engagement between academics and policymakers on the other side and practitioners has developed in large part because we've been present in country, and that has allowed us to gain trust and to be able to work collaboratively with partners. So I think those are the main things. I think there's also an element in which you have to think about the success of experiments as building capacity. There's only so much I think that an agency can get from bringing in outside academics. I think one of the goals that we always have is building capacity in country, which means working with staff at agencies. It means bringing in local researchers and kind of leaving or helping to develop an infrastructure that can continue beyond any given researcher's engagement in an experiment. So one last point I will make, and I think it's implicit in some of the things I said, is that you have to understand the context that you're working in, which gets to the second part of your question, which is how does it vary from one place to another? That's hard to answer in the abstract. It's going to vary from one place to another. I think part of the job of at least researchers is to understand the constraints that people are working under. Right? We as academics have questions that we are motivated by, but I think making sure that we know what the limitations are of what people on the other side can do.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think from key take points, the role of multiple actors, whereby both policymakers and academicians come together to shape the experiment so that the results can reflect the reality. And I think that's what we are even here, that to create that role of, to reduce the gap of the role of multiple actors, and in the end to create the trust, as you explained, whereby the results can be accepted by both ends of policymakers, taxpayers, public, and the academicians. Moving to Professor Anders, what role can evidence generation, data analytics, and impact evaluation play in forming evidence-based decision-making and scaling up effective policy interventions?
hope this works. Thank you so much. Thank you for that great question. I want to break down my answer into 3 parts. I'll try to be brief on each of the 3. And I think there are sort of so 3 main reasons why sort of evidence-driven research is crucial for tax policy design. And the first is that it helps us answer what may seem like a pretty simple question, which is, does it work? Does a particular policy actually work or not? And I think a good example here, most certainly in the context of this conference on taxation, is the answer to the question, when you change the tax rate, for example, when you increase the tax rate, do you actually collect more tax revenues? Or conversely, when you reduce the tax rate, do you actually lose tax revenues at the end of the day? Seems like a straightforward question, but most of us may have taken courses in microeconomics or in public finance, and there's such a thing as the Laffer curve, which suggests that this is a highly sort of conceptually ambiguous question. And so, does it work? Does it actually work to increase taxes to increase revenues or not? There is a in a course in public finance that I teach, one of the opening slides that I use to exactly motivate why it's important to think about evidence for taxation is there's a well-respected economist in the US who unfortunately made some very public comments exactly on this question, and who said that he would rather sort of discuss the possibility that landing on the moon was a conspiracy than he would sort of entertain the possibility that we could be on the wrong side of the Laffer curve. It kind of had to be the case for him that increasing tax rates would necessarily lead to more revenues. But there's a number of very rigorous pieces of evidence from countries around the world showing that this is not true at all. And the answer to that question, does something like increasing the tax rate really work, really depends on a number of contextual factors. And I think I just want to highlight some of the research we've also seen today, which goes very much along those same lines. You take, for example, Jasmine's work, the question of whether or not having a religious leader promote sort of voluntary tax compliance, does that work? Does that backfire? That conceptually is actually not at all clear. And so it just highlights the importance of bringing real rigorous evidence. Or Priya's work, for example, what are the effects of publishing a list of tax delinquents? It could go either way. It could backfire. It could promote, voluntary compliance. It all depends. And so I think the first reason for why evidence is so important is it allows us, based on sort of rigorous empirical methods, to just answer the very basic and probably at least exactly how well is it that a particular policy works. And this is, at this point, becoming a little bit more sort of detail-oriented. But I think it's important to sort of stress that intuitively, a number of policies may work, so they may have a positive effect. But governments are sort of strapped for money and resources. And so if we're thinking about alternative policies, we have a range of policies that are available. It actually becomes incredibly important to know with some amount of precision and confidence exactly how well one policy ranks versus another. I can give you the example of technology. I've worked on investments in technology in Ghana for a long time. And at some intuitive level, you could imagine that investing in different kinds of technology would bring positive impacts on tax collection. But because there are enormous costs associated with investing in technology, and there are alternative, much cheaper methods of trying to increase tax compliance, it becomes very important to be able to say exactly by how much does tax collection go up when you invest in technology, so that once we factor in the costs of investing in that technology, we can come to other sort of alternative policies. And the third reason why evidence is so important is because it helps us answer a third question, which is why is it that a particular policy works or not? And this gets to what in research we kind of call the mechanisms. So beyond the sort of aggregate effect of a particular policy, we're oftentimes interested in understanding if it's because of one mechanism or another mechanism that we see these positive effects. And the reason for caring about mechanisms is because it helps us in part when we want to think about scaling policies. So again, coming back to my example of working on technology in Ghana, if you do a study, a rigorous, very rigorous study in one area of the country, understanding why it is that it works in that one area of the country can help you gain some knowledge about whether or not, once you want to implement that same policy in other areas of the country that may differ or that may resemble that first area in certain ways, it gives you some amount of confidence to be able to say, yes, we should scale policy in this particular direction. or on the contrary, we should make sure not to scale it in certain other directions because we don't know which are the specific sort of mechanisms for why the policy works. So I think this would be my answer to why this evidence is important. It helps us sort of break down the impacts of policy, not just to evaluate policy, but also to think about how to carry policy to other areas and how to scale it in these kind of different ways.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think it's all start with a very simple question of does it work? But the follow-up questions are where things start to get more interesting. Coming to Dr. Lucas Katera, how can civil society organizations contribute to promoting a culture of accountability in policy making, particularly in the domain of tax policy and administrative reforms?
Thank you very much. Actually, the question is very important because of the importance of the civil society as key stakeholder. Civil society is sitting between the citizen and the government. So it's like a broker sitting there. And of course, civil society engage with variety of stakeholders, including revenue authorities, parliamentarians, judicial system, taxpayers, media, and the academia. Therefore, they have an important role being a broker. They can address several issues that can foster transparency and the accountability, but also payment. For instance, foster transparency, and they can help in fostering transparency and awareness by conducting independent research that will link compliance and the level of service provision. The point idea of the importance of evidence in informing policy. So to see what level of compliance what level of service delivery evidence, what level of compliance can help in service delivery. Taxpayers through coalitions with other non-state actors at subnational, national, and international levels to promote tax administration. You know, tax administration has a lot of things. Level of taxes that has to be paid, frequency of paying taxes, the government layer that has to pay particular type of taxes, understanding the dynamics of taxes between both taxpayers, education to taxpayers. So all these can be well coordinated by the civil society, linking the government, taxpayers, and the tax collectors. And then if it can facilitate participation in tax bargaining and support demand for transparency and accountability. You know, always people are trying to link the service provision and the tax payment, but also accountability that, you know, sometimes citizens are not able to hold the government accountable, maybe because of the distance that may be existing between the citizen and the tax collectors, in this context, the government, but also the level of understanding of the people about their rights when they pay tax. But of course, civil society can bridge this gap by ensuring that, okay, by pressurizing the government to be accountable, the citizen, in terms of level of tax that has been paid, but also even informing them, being transparent on the level of tax that has been collected at a particular area. Because at some point, the government can post this information in an open notes body, but it's complicated, not understandable. But civil society can produce simple documents, can do simple analysis and produce simple documents that citizens can understand it. Therefore, enable them to hold the government accountable in tax payment. But they also can engage with state actors and enhance responsiveness to taxpayers' concern. Taxpayers' concern, you know, they are always, it has to be engagement between taxpayers and tax collectors. But then most often it has been like a kind of confrontation between the two. So because the other one is complaining to be paid taxes, but of course their concerns are not taken into account. But civil society being at the middle, they can address these issues. I think I should stop at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You touched on a very crucial point on the role that the civil society plays of interacting with the different players and actors from the government to other private and other non-government sectors. So for the sake of time, I will allow comments or questions from the floor. Only 3 questions or comments if they are there. You are welcome.
Hello, my name is Ben, and I'm an economist. I have a comment or a question. In any of the research that you did you come across the so-called illegal economy or the black economy or the contraband economy? I don't mean the informal economy, which is illegal, but unregistered, but the illegal economy, like the mafia economy. Thanks.
I will take the last two questions from the floor over there.
With regard to the small and medium enterprises, where you find that for the case of Tanzania, over 90% of businesses are actually falling into that category, and I believe it's common across various African countries. But the main challenge has been on the record keeping. Record keeping has been a big challenge in such a way that you'll find there are some cases where some of these companies prepare two sets of accounts. One is for revenue authority and the other one maybe for commercial bank if they want to apply for a loan. I don't know, is there any maybe research or experiment that we've done that can help TRA and other revenue authorities come up with a solution that will address this big challenge? Because I believe it's a very big challenge to TRA. How do you rely on information that you receive from these small and medium enterprises for you to be able to determine whether the amount of tax that is paid is really a reflection of how much income these companies are making? Thank you.
Thank you. And last question over there, that side.
Hello. Hello. I congratulate the panelists for a good discussion. Mine is just a little on the experiments or the evidence-based researches that TRA has done so far. On the EFD use and the demand for receipts by the customers. My understanding from the little understanding that I have from the market is that at times customers and traders tend to negotiate on whether they should accept receipt with a lower price or they should take the receipt with the prices that are displayed on board. So my question is, in the studies that we have done, because what I've learned is the study that we've done so far is there was a bit of incentive for customers to disclose or to demand the receipts. Now I wanted to understand in the study that you are trying to scale up nationwide, how are you going to do it? Because I understand this has to do a bit with the change of behavioral sort of initiative that it may not a short time to realize the effect.
Thank you very much, Director Mde. If you can respond to those questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. These are good questions. Maybe I start with the last one. Negotiation in the lower price. Yes, that is that is an experience I think is not even in Tanzania. I think everywhere that the people are negotiating that maybe if you give me this price without giving you EFD machine, I mean receipt, the price will be lower. But this goes with the education to customers, to all customers and sellers. Actually, for the customers, what is the supplier giving you? There is no offer there. What you are doing, the customer is doing, is just to not to safeguard the government revenue, but there is no offer than benefiting the supplier, because we'll give you the price that also has that taxes even with within those money that you pay. So this goes mostly with education, but what we are doing is that we find there is a such problem to our customers' side. So when we were conducting this, we did both. When we were piloting, we did both. That because it was an experiment, we were outside the shop, and when the custom come outside, the first question it was where he received it. Yes. How much did you pay, and how much is written? So we also wanted to find if there is such a situation. Really, we found that that situation was there. The amount that was paid were sometime different with what the receipt written, but this is more for education because it's some sort of evasion. Doing this experiment is when we got the results. They find that there is a such problem. For the coming lottery, what we did is that while we are doing the pilot, give awareness to we'll use that ensure that you get the right receipt, the amount that you paid, ensure that you get that. So it will be among our education, our awareness while we are doing we are doing the phase 2 pilot. But as I said, remember, this is a negotiation between the supplier and the buyer, two people. So awareness is there, but they can continue because taxpayer sometimes might think that by providing, really there is an opportunity to get the lower price. So it's something that needs more and more education to our taxpayer. That is what I think. But as we were, according to the question, we are going to include it in our awareness while we are doing the second phase of this pilot. Actually, it's not a pilot. The real Rotary. About the record keeping, this small and medium, that there is this tendency that they are not keeping record. Again, it needs education. It needs awareness. But what we did in Tanzania is to ensure that according to the study we did, we came up with this simplified regime of presumptive tax regime. So this group, because we know that there is a challenge of them keeping record, So we found a simple regime that could not maybe need a taxpayer to have that records. So we have this simplified regime, and it's like this. There is two types of the way tax can pay. If we don't keep a record, actually we have a fixed bands that we have to pay. So we will fix you in a certain band. Maybe that band could make you to pay taxes than if you could keep record. So that is one. But the second is we have a valorem rate. That is, if you keep record, you pay little. In that valorem regime, you pay little. So we encourage people to go to the second option of paying a certain percentage of tax of their turnover, so that is just trying to encourage them to keep record. But there is a certain, when your turnover, for example, is around 11, for example, currently according to that regime, if your turnover is above 11 million, you should keep record. It's must. A flat rate of 3%, for example. But if you don't keep a record, you will be just put in a certain band. That maybe sometimes is not advantageous to you. You can pay all the taxes, all the money that you have got in the business. Why you don't keep a record? So we are trying to solve that one by doing so. But at the end, we expect that by modifying the tax systems, we could have just even we can move from this presumptive regime later on, when people start complying by keeping record. I think the other one is on legal. Maybe I can just leave to my colleagues if we have done any study on illegal economy. So the illegal, let me now just hear to my colleague, if it is illegal.
Well, evasion is illegal, so I guess that would be the first one. I'm not sure I understood the question exactly, but if you do have in mind kind of illegal activities such as evasion, yes, you've heard about some of this research. If it's other activities, smuggling or something of the sort, that's really hard to do. One of the things with experiments is you have to have clearance. There are institutional requirements on putting people at risk in the experiment is something that is unethical. So we are bound by some of these constraints. Even in looking at evasion, we did something similar to this the electronic fiscal device experiment in Rwanda, where the consumers were serving as they were going into shops to buy goods, and then as they came out, we asked if they were given the electronic receipts. And that was problematic in a sense that we were asking them basically to put shopkeepers at risk. And is that ethical? Is it not ethical? So there are kind of issues that are sometimes on the order when it comes to looking at illegal activity. But beyond evasion, we haven't done anything.
I simply just wanted to add a small comment to the first set of notes on record keeping, and I just wanted to emphasize that based on the evidence from around the world, this is a global challenge, so to speak. This is not in any way a challenge that's somehow unique to countries at a certain level of development. In fact, there was a a study in Denmark. The title provokingly was Unable or Unwilling to Cheat, and which essentially showed that Danish citizens, this may shock your system of beliefs about Scandinavia, but that to a very large extent, Danish citizens, whenever the opportunity presented itself to evade taxes, in fact, for the most part, tried to evade taxes. I was on a panel yesterday, and I think one of the other panelists looked at me and said that, you know, people in Denmark like to pay taxes because they're happy with public goods. And that may be true, but it's also true that the level of tax compliance in Denmark is very high because only 5% of the active workforce are self-employed and 95% are employees. And for employees in Denmark, like in Tanzania, like in most other countries, tax enforcement is very good because record keeping is very strong, because it's very hard to collude with 50 employees about underreporting of wages and so forth. So just to highlight that, it's just a truly challenging task, and that's true anywhere in the world. You think that?
For advantage of time, we should stop there.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for joining us in this panel discussion. We had a very interesting discussion. I wish we could have more time, but unless the limitation of time factor force us to end here. But I believe this is not the end of the discussion. We'll continue to discuss as we move along and still enjoying the beautiful weather and the surroundings of Dar es Salaam. Thank you all for joining us, and thank you to my panelists. Maybe we can give them a clap of hand for a very nice discussion they had. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the panel looking at experimentation and learning by doing. And we gave a round of applause to the panelists, but not to the chair, Ms. Sanga Bimbo. Let's keep the ball rolling. May I invite one of the co-organizers and the executive director for the International Growth Center, Professor Leap. Karibu sana for closing remarks.
Thank you. I want to be very, very brief. We've had an intense 2 days, and I think immensely valuable discussions. And in fact, the first point I wanted to make was to really echo Professor Isa's point about the quality of the dialogue over the past 2 days between researchers and policymakers, which I know from many conversations I've had in these 48 hours has been very valuable to both sides, both the researchers here participating as well as the policymakers and practitioners. The first objective of this conference was to share learnings, to share ideas, to share findings from on a range of different tax issues. And I think this has been borne out in the quality of the discussions that we've had. A second objective, however, was forward-looking, and that was to use this, we hoped, as a launch pad for future collaborations, future research on taxation. And we hope to do this in 2 different ways. One, through this conference, to be showcasing the value of collaborative research in this area. And I think in tax, more than in almost any other policy area, collaborations, close collaborations between researchers and policymakers have been very fruitful. I think partly it's because of the sensitivity of tax issues on the policy side, partly it's because of confidentiality issues, partly it's the complexity of the context and the need to understand the context fully. But for all of those and other reasons, I think this collaborative approach, which IGC has very much championed, but with support from all sides in terms of all the different partners, really has demonstrated its value in tax. Is about where future research might be. We hope you've met other policymakers if you're a policymaker, and researchers if you're a policymaker, as well as on the researcher side, both policymakers and research colleagues, with whom you might want to have conversations and perhaps even collaborations going forward. We think of this very much as a process where each event like this is trying to make another contribution, bringing out new ideas, bringing together new people, supporting peer-to-peer interactions in a way that we hope will continue over time to both broaden and deepen the dialogue between researchers and policymakers. IGC's commitment to this approach has historically been demonstrated through our country teams, and as we've and others have noted, the long-term approach that we've taken to presence in country. But this particular conference also showcases another aspect of our commitment, which is the initiatives, and in particular, in this case, the Tax for Growth initiative, which has been formally launched at this conference. Tuvwe, Anders, Sagata, and Laura, and their colleagues across the IGC very much look forward to working with all of you as we extend this collaboration into new areas and new countries. Finally, I want to thank our co-hosts for this event, both the Revenue Authority, the TRA, and RAPOA. First, for their insightful contributions to each session of this conference, but then more broadly to all of the staff who've been with us from the TRA, from RAPOA, and from the IGC, whose professional and committed approach has really helped to deliver a very high quality conference. So I hope you'll join me in thanking all of the staff of the organizations. Finally, let me thank all of you for participating. Two-day conferences as intense as this take commitment on everyone's part to maintaining the dialogue and building conversations with new people and on new topics. And I want to thank all of you, and let's give ourselves a round of applause. Am I closing? Or I'll hand up to you. Great.
I believe we'll be hearing from TRA and Mr. Ephraim Mdee, the Director of Research and Planning at the Tanzania Revenue Authority, to speak on behalf of the other organizer. Karibu sana.
Yeah, good evening. I can see we are somehow like it's morning. So, Dr. Donald researchers, academicians, policymakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now, good afternoon, or good evening once again. Now, as we conclude this important conference on tax for growth, dealing with enhancement of domestic revenue mobilization and strengthening of tax system, I am filled with gratitude for the depths of insight, collaboration, and commitment demonstrated by each of you throughout our time together. Our discussion over the past 2 days have shed light on the critical importance of mobilizing domestic revenue, domestic resources effectively to fuel sustainable development and ensure the well-being of our society. We have explored innovative strategies, shared the best practices, and together identified actionable solutions to the challenges facing our tax system. The knowledge exchanged and the connections forged during this conference will serve as catalyst for progress in our perspective countries and regions. It is through our collective efforts and determination that we will drive positive changes, foster economic resilience, and inclusive growth and prosperity. I encourage all of us to carry forward the momentum generated here to continue collaborating across borders and sectors and complement the valuable insight gained from our discussion. Together, we can build a stronger tax system to promote fiscal sustainability and create a more equitable future for all. Thank you once again for your active participation and valuable contribution since the past 2 days we were here. Let us remain steadfast in our commitment, transforming challenges into opportunities and forging a path toward a brighter tomorrow. By saying this, I wish you safe travel and the best wishes. With these few remarks, I declare that this conference is officially closed. Thank you very much.